Welcome, fellow castigators, to GasMaskGamers. I'm here with Jensen, and I'm here with GamerMike, and it is a glorious Valentine's Day. Now, as of only 15 minutes ago, so I guess this is technically a breaking story, but only 15 minutes ago, Elon Musk posted that he is moving SpaceX from Delaware to Texas, which makes sense after how Delaware jilted him recently. And you can see our last week if you didn't hear about that one. It was kind of a big deal and a breach of contract. Anyhow, the Democratic representative for Maine, Decca Dalek, which I might be saying wrong, says that migrants deserve better treatment than veterans.
Fuck them.
We're not 20 minutes in yet. You can't say that.
Fuck them. Say what? Say what?
Nothing.
You didn't hear that.
I heard nothing.
I think we're hearing you through the game, Jensen.
Damn it.
Getting a little bit of an echo.
Yeah.
She then admits that illegals already get priority treatment, but she says we could be doing better. We need to be doing better. Her proposition is to start a taxpayer-funded migrant resettlement office. That is exactly how she phrased it, quote, migrant resettlement office.
Oh my gosh.
Their Maine's governor, Janet Mills, supports the idea. And she wants to rebrand illegal aliens as, quote, new Americans. So that is the new speak that they're trying to push. New Americans. So a little background on Dalek. It does say like I'm saying Dalek.
The Daleks.
I don't know how to say it so it doesn't sound like that.
Of course, the Daleks.
Dalek? I don't know.
It's Daleks.
Anyway, she was noted a while ago for being the first Somalian-born mayor in America. She became mayor of South Portland, Maine.
Maine?
And she was behind the job exactly a year.
Go back where you came from, liberal.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, I'd like to note that is now, I'm not stating any opinion on it. I'm just noting that that's two Somalian representatives in a row that clearly do not have America's best interests in mind and openly admit it.
Something's up with these Somalians. Some dubious behavior. What the heck? Oh,
I mean, you're
class.
telling me that someone who broke the law breaking in here should receive
Priority.
precedence over
People who protected the country.
people who served the country in some capacity, possibly risking their lives. Really now? Really?
Yes. Exactly. I think that's completely fair.
That's a good way to not get reelected. That's a great way to say, I do not care about the American people. Don't care about you. don't care about your struggles,
Oh, my
you
kill.
can forget it. I mean, the audacity of this Dalek.
This is the Dalek. I don't think the Dalek cares.
I thought you had to
The-
be
Hmm?
born in the U.S. to be in any kind of government leadership.
See,
that.
that's what I thought too. So I went about looking it up. And so for mayor, it doesn't matter how recent your citizenship is. You just have to have lived in that district you would be mayor of for 1 year. You know, there's other things like age
Oh.
requirements and a few other things, but that's pretty much it, is you just have to have lived in that district a year.
Interesting. That's kind of odd.
So you don't have to grow up in American culture and possess our values, as long as you get elected. It's fine. And then for representative of a state, you have to have been a citizen for 7 years. That's
Wait.
and you have to at least be 21.
So, are we just like wrong, or is it just those two, like representative of the state and mayor? What about like the individual
Others
county
like president, I'm pretty sure you have to have been born here.
president? You have to be born here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that one. But I just looked up the things that she's been. Right? Because she was mayor and now she's representative, so that's what I looked into.
Well,
And
they're all
clearly,
about
7 years was not enough to adopt American values. Isn't that interesting?
Yep, just shows you they're all about their interests are not in the American people or the people that have served and protected America. They're just interested in their own like little pockets of tribes and ethnicities. That's their main concern.
Right.
All about the race of the person, I guess.
And
So.
well, it's not a race thing; it's an ethnicity thing, because they've already grown up somewhere else where they've had all this ingrained in them. Because she was already an adult when she moved here, and so yeah, I think we should raise the rules of being in office to having been born here. And I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, like this is probably not something I would have said a few years ago, but like now that we've seen the results, I feel like that's a reasonable take. Because I believe America is like the only country, it's got this special quality where it's the only place where you can come here and actually become an American. Like other countries, you can learn the language, you can learn the country, the culture, you can live there for decades. But you're always going to have too many differences. But America being as diverse as it is, you're always going to find a place where you are 100% comfortable. You are going to get to a point where you are, especially since we're so free, and you know, we're going to allow you to do whatever. Like there's not going to be like that culture shock is not going to last nearly as long, and there's going to be no permanency, right? So, I mean, obviously, if you want to be a citizen, great. I mean, you know, you couldn't have picked a better place, honestly. But if you were born and raised in another country, and your allegiances are obviously elsewhere, then I don't think you can be trusted to hold American values or to have our best interest in mind. I I would like to think otherwise. I would like to trust you, right? I would like this to work out. Like, like you could probably guess based off of what I just said that at one point I used to think that that was a reasonable and possible thing. But they've made it all too clear that there are certain cultures that just cannot
Don't
wrap
align.
around the heads of their heads around what we're doing.
Yeah, well,
Somebody's gotta get a car.
I think it's they have a real problem with national interest. Like, especially if you're elected office, you should have national interest or state interest or county interest, right, within the boundaries of America. And some people that are elected today do not, like Ilhan Omar or some of the other delegates and stuff. They do not have national interest. I think it's national, or maybe it's. I think it is that the right word? National, like our country's interest, basically.
Oh, you
In
mean
line.
the nation's interest?
Yeah, because people label you like, oh, you're nationalistic as like an evil, you know, thing that you shouldn't believe in. It's like, no, you can be a nationalist. Like how's that wrong? You're supporting the country that you're in, like unless your country's actively doing something insane. I think you should take pride in your country and its values and uphold that the best you can, especially if you're elected there. But these people do not. Wee! Oh. Thought it was going to go the way. But yeah, so they don't have that on their top priority. They have other things. International interest, global interest, money, uh, ethnic interest over country. But I mean, some people that migrate here legally, they're more. I would treat them as more American than people who are born here in some instances because
Yeah, there's
they've
some that are really ungrateful to be
yeah.
born here.
Mm-hmm. And then people that come from other countries, they're like, wow, America is super awesome, and they know all about, what America is about, and they come here to live out that, you know, I guess, gift or whatever you want to call it, the liberties of America. So they don't take it for granted. They're grateful. They understand it. But as a safeguard, yes, I would say you do have to be born here because then you can just have people come over, especially because there's so much illegal migration now. You can just have somebody just hide here for like 5 years and then get elected to office and where their interests lie. Definitely not here.
Right.
So I think that's a good safeguard.
Yeah. Unfortunate that it should become necessary.
Yeah. But, this is crazy. I don't
Yeah.
understand how that's even allowed. Like, yeah, the illegal migrants should be treated better than veterans. Like, what are you even saying? You can hear yourself? It's like saying, oh, yeah, I like to swim through the sewers at night. It makes me it's just like insane people. I can't even.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's a good way for
Oh,
no one to want to fight for you.
man, you took it from me.
Dude, Steam is having a really hard time connecting. this is bad. This is so bad.
It's either she's so naive and insane, or she's just like evil.
Well, I think it's the same thing as Ilan Omar. You know, I'm sure behind closed doors she's saying the same stuff that Omar says out loud, where she's like, you know, America will bend to the will of Somalia. It's probably the same thing. Just
Yeah.
allegiances are dedicated to an entirely different country.
Right. I don't think that should be tolerated in the U.S., to be honest.
No, I don't think.
I think she should be deported.
Deportation. Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty rich when people are, you know, got all those Muslims sitting around saying death to America. While sitting comfortably in a migrant hotel on the taxpayer dollar.
All those white people dollars. Oh, dang.
Wow. I cannot get Steam to cooperate. This is ridiculous. It's getting so silly.
I'm dead.
So, a shooting occurred at Lakewood Church in Houston, Texas.
Houston.
A woman whose name is Genesee Moreno, but identifies as Jeffrey Moreno,
Of course.
walked into a church.
What kind of church? Do we know?
This is a mega church. Lakewood is Joel
That didn't answer
Osteen's
my
church,
question.
actually.
Joel
Oh,
Osteen's church.
so it was one of his churches.
Yes. So this was a big place. She opens fire and she only managed to take down one person. She successfully shot her 7-year-old son in the head
Oh my gosh! What the heck?
before being taken out of this world by some off-duty officers.
Okay. Yep. Chad officer.
Which is how you do it. Stay strapped when you go to church, ladies and gentlemen.
So was there security there or no?
I don't know. I assume a megachurch has security. Joel Osteen's no less. But I actually do not know. That is a good question. I would assume, since he's got like a whole like television setup and everything, and I'm sure there's lots of people who want him dead. So I would assume so. I don't know. But anyway, the child is in the hospital currently, but you know,
Said the child got shot in the head.
yeah, is
Still
obviously
alive?
not suspected to survive.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
he got shot in the head.
Well, the fact
Yeah,
that he's still
wild
alive
stuff
is a
all around.
freaking miracle.
I know.
Oh yeah,
That's crazy.
absolutely. I'm guessing that she didn't get him like dead on. You
Yeah.
know,
Maybe
like I'm
grazed.
yeah. It was probably a very mean grade.
You know what type of guns she was using?
No, we don't know that much yet. It was too recent. There's actually less information here than I would like, but I'm sure that will get rectified eventually. I assume it was a pistol or something single shot like that, because she didn't manage to take very many people out, unless it was really like a really quick response. Like if the officers were sitting in the back and they got her at close range. Yeah, well, like I said, not enough information. Can only speculate on that question.
Well, that's unfortunate. I mean,
So they've actually been we might not get actually get more information because they've been trying really hard to skew this story. And this is unfortunately a pretty common thing. For instance, despite being an immigrant from El Salvador, Genesee is logged as white and non-Hispanic.
What?
Of course.
And basically it's just to skew the numbers. And we unfortunately see this happen a lot. There is a Twitter account, I can't remember what its name is now, but you could probably find it by Googling it, who spends a good deal of their time just showing false police reports where black perpetrators are logged in there as white. And people, because for the longest time people were just saying, it was a, mistake.
It was a fluke.
They clicked or wrote the wrong thing. But it's now happening with such frequency and such a recent timeliness that it's like, well, right. Just a fluke. Like we're supposed to believe it's coincidence. And that's
Just a goof.
That's silliness. But this was kind of bound to happen. The woman was known for her mental health issues. She was having a custody battle over said son in the divorce. The child's grandmother, or the father's mother, was trying to contest the mother's custody.
Oh.
And then, for some unknown reason, did not show up to court. Probably because she was threatened by a crazy woman.
Wait, where's
wielding
the
a weapon,
husband?
possibly?
Or the father?
He lives in an entirely different state. So he's like out of the picture. He ran for the hills from this person, probably
Nice.
because she is a maniac.
Like, I don't want to die.
And this nonsense probably could have been avoided if people were more up front, including the husband, about what a maniac she is.
Yeah, he probably should have took the child. Of course, the justice system might not have liked that.
Well, if you call the police and you say that this person, a person in your house is making you feel unsafe, you could get that person locked up for at least the night.
True.
Just on the principle in most places. So, I mean, and if she really is that much of a maniac, then she probably would have proved it when getting taken away or while she was in there or what have you. Like, there are ways this could have been prevented. I mean, sure, if she's a maniac wielding a weapon, you might hesitate, but you might also, and here's an idea, grow some balls.
True.
Don't let some crazy woman yank you around and control your life. How about that?
Yep.
Yeah, don't let women yank you.
Never.
Would never let a woman yank me. Not gonna happen.
Elevator. Wee. So wait, you said one victim, was that the child or was it a different person?
just one victim, just her son. Well, actually, two victims. There was an old guy, I think he was like 57, who got shot in the hip.
Oh,
which sucks.
I guess he's alive though.
He'll be fine. Yeah, no, he's fine.
Okay.
He'll be all right. So 2 victims. Probably took one life.
And then she got got
Just got ended.
murked.
Yep.
By off duty. Nice.
Yes, sir. That is indeed how it happened.
Ledge.
And even though this was not a mass shooting, it was only an attempted mass shooting, I would like to point out that the Nashville shooter, the Colorado Springs shooter, the Denver shooter, the Aberdeen shooter, and the Uvalde shooter were all transgender.
Dang.
We are still
They're stacking
seeing,
up.
yeah, they're stacking up. It's quite the pattern. And there are some people who
Didn't heal me. About to die.
I got you. Just got blasted away from you. I'm working on it. There are some people who are saying that this is not significant. This is the media focusing on particular things, as if the media isn't the sworn protector of transgenders. And they're bringing up all these statistics of men still being dominant mass shooters. Except you're missing the point that they'll go with whatever, when they log those, they'll go with whatever pronouns they identify as. So all these shooters are getting put down as men, or at least most of them, because most of them are crazy women who have had their hormones offset by HRT and other lovely drugs.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just not going to see them correctly in statistics, correctly represented.
Men are just better at everything, bro. That's what it is. They're better at being women. They're better at dying, workplace accidents. Better at everything, man.
Better at road accidents.
Better at mass shootings. Just
And
can't argue it.
yeah, the other thing is not only are the statistics going to be skewed based off of gender identification, but they're also going to be skewed by the fact that literally any shooting that involves more than one victim is categorized as a mass shooting.
Except for gang violence.
No one's gonna grab a car.
So
huh?
there are tons of
No.
domestic disputes where somebody else was simply there, whether they were a victim or not. And they're going to count that. And
They don't
that's
even have
ridiculous.
to be shot or anything.
So if we're really looking at like earth-shattering
Oh,
amounts of people, you know, non-domestic disputes, jerks going into public buildings and shooting up, then I'm not saying you're going to get a majority of transgenders, but you're still going to get a significant amount. I mean, can you think of one recently that wasn't transgender?
Yeah, I mean, this is also the suppressed version because they like to do that.
Right, we
Like,
don't.
they don't like to cover things
We've
that
got
are
limited
politically
information
inconvenient.
about all of this. They've done everything they can to skew all kinds of statistics, and people only do that when they're guilty. It's kind of like all the people on
Yep.
Twitter who are like, "No, we can't have we can't have serious laws against pedophilia because all of the gay people will die." Well, that's an odd thing to say, isn't
Dude,
it?
I love those quotes. It's amazing.
Well, that's rather interesting.
The gay
That you
people are
bring
going to
that
be
up.
affected. You can't ban talking to kids about sex. All the gay teachers will be affected. It's like, what?
That's really interesting.
Not suspicious at all. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a majority to be a trend. I mean, the through line is mentally unstable people who are somewhat suicidal and will harm others around them.
Right. A problem
So
like a problem of any significance is still a problem.
yeah. So there's obviously a trend popping up, right? And we've spent the last few years trying to be as um like
All right. Missions
accommodating,
are active.
and kind of pretending like going along with the mental illness and like pretending that it's not mental illness, and it's like, oh, it's okay, you're actually
Yeah,
the
this
opposite
car's stuck.
sex. Oh my gosh.
Oh, good work, gentlemen.
Just get another one.
And I forget the other term, but
I'm going to be
Yes.
right back.
you just play along with whatever to not like hurt their feelings or whatever. But there's a term for it. Like placate. I think it's placate. Yeah. Just
Well, that
placating
works,
them.
yeah.
So you placate the mentally ill and pretend that they're not mentally ill, and then allow them to be allow them to roam around and do what they want. And it turns out they're suicidal and they want to hurt people and
I
hurt themselves. so.
Actually don't know where the waypoint is. I'm a useless driver. Hold on, let's swap.
I don't know how to press buttons.
Right. We've given them a long leash, allowed them to do a lot of things, and try and be
Yeah.
tolerant. Now we learned that, hey, encouraging mental illness hurts people and gets people hurt.
That's
Wow, how about
great.
that? That's really very
Right.
interesting that we keep seeing this. Like I said, whatever the statistic says, this is still what we're seeing all the time. You can't deny that. The only other mass shooting at a public building I can think of is Hamas at a music festival. And that goes against your politics too, so how about that?
Wait, there's skulls? What?
Yeah, you picked one up, didn't you? I literally saw you do it.
What the hell? Yeah, so
Do you need help? How dare you?
oh my gosh.
You just
Didn't think that would happen.
blew it up.
So I think we should treat people who think that their identity's in crisis as if they're like schizophrenic and stuff and put them in asylums or psych wards or whatever until you figure it out, because you're going to endanger everyone around you, including yourself.
I agree. If you don't help people, then they tend to hurt other people.
Yeah. You can't just let them roam around. Doesn't make any sense.
Speaking of hurting people, here's a story I really did not enjoy. A 13-year-old girl in Sicily, Italy,
Sicily.
was gang raped by 7 Egyptian illegals.
Oh my.
While her boyfriend was forced to watch.
Oh. Well,
Of course, there was DNA evidence, so the guys are getting put away.
why would you need a gun?
Yeah. Why would you need to defend yourself?
Why do you need guns? Guns hurt people. You could have domed all 7 of them.
Yep.
Problem solved.
And I mean,
You wouldn't even have to go
as
through
soon as you
justice
dome
system.
one of them, the others should be smart enough to run away.
Yeah, and then you hunt them down.
Yes, please, for the love of all that is good and holy. teach your 13-year-old child how to shoot, how to defend
Yes.
themselves. And don't let them
Vote.
go walking around the streets of Sicily alone at night, especially if you
Yep.
know it's full
Populated
of Egyptian
by-
illegals.
Yep.
My gosh. The I'm forgetting his title. The Deputy Prime Minister, Matteo Salvini, has promised to castrate the rapists.
All of them?
Yes,
Okay.
all 7 of them. Which
Like,
I like.
Chemical or
That's pretty.
That's
physical.
Chad. I think
Uh,
they do chemical in Italy.
dang it. We
But
need public guillotines.
Physical is better.
like guillotine
Yeah, a
for-
public castration.
Not for that head.
Yes.
That would be hilarious.
You know.
The guillotine
know
is
what-
for your other head. Okay,
No, it can be for both.
I suppose, but that still would not keep you from impregnating someone.
No. You put the entire thing in there.
Oh, the entire so you want to trans them?
Sure.
No.
Why not?
Dude, that
Come on, don't be a Tommy.
like I know that
Give in.
Don't be a Tommy. What does that mean?
Tommy doesn't want public execution.
Oh, that's not what I'm saying.
I know that you're just using their lingo, but it just sounds so stupid to say that would trans them. Oh yeah, if you put your penis in a guillotine, that would suddenly make you a woman.
We will throw in these rapists to
Logic.
women instantaneously.
It's stupid.
It's funny though.
But no, this is a horrible story, horrible thing. A few lessons to be learned from it, for sure. Stay safe out
Guns.
there, Sicilians. But how does CNN decide to report on this? Let's go to CNN. Their headline, and I have it down in the links below, says, quote, "An alleged gang rape shocks Italy and provides fodder for an ascendant far right," end quote.
Nice.
You dirty bastards. Oh yeah, a 13-year-old girl got gang raped. And there was even evidence, but you know what was bad about this was that it proved the opposition right.
Yeah.
It gave the people you don't like some clout. Like
that's
you
so
you
stupid.
sick people. That's your priority in all this?
Use
like,
ammunition to the far right.
Like, journalists are just useless to society. Anyone who thinks like this is useless to society. Like, you're not going to provide anything if that's what you're worried about. And then you're so caught up in your friggin' politics. They're so important to you that you will deny the validity of the story, saying it was alleged, even though they got DNA evidence. And these guys are locked up. They're in the can. They've been identified. They'll be on trial. They'll hopefully be in
That is
jail for the
great.
rest of their lives. But you're going to call it alleged. Because it hurts your feelings. And this is what I mention in my videos all the time. All the time. Is these stupid people so desperate to morally posture at one another that they just go the exact opposite way.
Hey, don't take my car. Unless you're going to the objective.
Just all the way over to the opposite. Ah, damn you, Micah. But my gosh, I legit wasted 30 minutes this morning because I wrote down this story and I was so mad My blood was boiling. I had to just walk away from the computer for like 30 minutes. I just
Yeah, that
I
is
just could not
crazy.
take the scum of humanity. Like, this is what, my third story? Like, and already I was just done. It's just
Then
unbelievable the lengths that these people will go to.
Oh.
how do you get up there?
Just in their
Oh,
desperation to affirm their warped beliefs. Like what a bunch of selfish pricks. I mean, imagine being so caught up in yourself that you will be flippant about something so utterly wretched.
yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I
So,
mean,
like,
How do I get up there?
they're
like, man, it is
their priority is
unfortunate
just
that
yeah.
that you get free speech. I mean, what a waste of freedom.
What is it? Oh my gosh.
What a waste of human life you are.
Where'd the car
Just walking detritus. Just impudent, indolent. I have so many words. None of them are
All the
nice.
words.
There is not enough insults for the person who wrote this article. You know what? I'm gonna name the person who wrote this article.
Who is this person?
I'm not saying that you should go and abuse them on social media. I'm just saying
saying you
it's-
should do it in Minecraft.
Yeah, you should probably look them up in Minecraft and remember their
See their
name.
Yeah.
Let's see who wrote this garbage. This CNN. Let's see. Oh, it's a Barbie Latza Nadao? I'm not sure how to pronounce this
Yes.
person's name.
I got the car stuck again.
Barbie Natsaladao.
It's a Barbinatula.
An Italian journalist who is a contributor to Newsweek, CNN, and BBC. Oh, she's an author as well.
Oh, you're playing Borderlands?
Has a book called The
level 46?
Godmother.
No. I'm 20. Alright, I'll copy it.
Do it.
Do it.
And a book called Roadmap to Hell. How about that?
You all are gay. Like boys. Big men.
You
Anyway.
what?
You
You.
This is the most disgusting person named Barbie I have ever had the displeasure of coming across.
It's her actual name.
And she should be fired. Yes. Well, I mean, Barbie is an actual name. It's short for Barbara, usually. If
That
you-
is
if used
crazy.
right. So either her name is like Barbara, and she just goes by Barbie, or for some weird reason that's actually her name.
Yeah, you're freaking nutty, dude.
And CNN should go bankrupt. Get off the face of this earth. What an absolute useless group of human beings. What a blot on humanity.
Yeah, it's definitely that opinion piece to push like an agenda versus like actual news article. Because it's not like pointing out in the title, I guess, like just what happened. It's pointing to like the political effect that it's going to have that she doesn't like. So it's going to give ammunition to the far right instead of saying, "Hey, a child got gang raped. Like, this is disgusting. Find out more about the rapist and how horrible they are," or something like that.
Right. News is supposed to inform you in some way, not just so that you know things, but so that you can react accordingly. Like you could say, "Oh,
Yeah.
this type of thing happens in my town. I should be prepared for something like that to possibly happen to me or someone I know." It's supposed to be helpful.
Yep.
So by acting like it might not have happened and failing to give certain details, you're damaging the people around you, because you're failing to report on something that could possibly be helpful to people. Like what? Do you want more Sicilian daughters to be gang raped in the streets? Is that what you want?
Well, CNN does.
Apparently that's what CNN wants. That's apparently what Barbie wants. And she should throw herself off a cliff in Minecraft.
Women.
In Minecraft. Women.
Yeah, that's crazy that a woman did that too.
Yeah, a woman of all people. Like, wow.
Well,
Way to stand
and
up for
no.
the female abused there.
I mean, females are generally the most sympathetic in nature, but the issue is she's being sympathetic to the wrong person.
Yeah, these days they're sympathetic
Yeah.
to the criminals all the time. Why?
I'm sympathetic to the rapist.
These
Exactly.
dang
So,
white women.
Yes and no. Yes, it's wrong. No,
I can afford therapy.
It somewhat makes sense that she would do that. She's clearly deranged.
Yeah, no sense of priority, no sense of empathizing with the right person. I mean, talk about abusing your gifts there. She has no natural motherly instincts, apparently. I mean, wow. Why don't I need to go get some food? So why don't Jensen, since you got to finish it, I did not get to finish the whole thing. I watched a little bit of it. Well, why don't you tell us about Tucker Carlson's interview with Putin and why, what
Putin is based.
what the
I thought you made notes on this.
No, I was telling you specifically that I did not have time.
Oh.
I saw some
ran out
excerpts of it.
because it's a
So-
2-hour interview, so I did not have time
Yeah.
to completely note on it. And tell them like the background, like how people reacted leading up to this, and then about the interview.
Oh boy.
The federal government didn't like it.
Go.
Yeah, not just that, but people like CNN also didn't like it. How was I? Yeah, they were so desperate to slander this CNN. No, it was MSNBC. Had brought out Hillary to say slanderous things about him. It's like, how desperate are you guys to do that? It's You're
Hillary.
a journalist. It is your right to interview a foreign president if you want. I don't care how horrible it is. If it's Xi Jinping or whoever, you should be allowed, and any American journalist should be allowed to do that.
Yeah.
And leading up to this, his emails and communications were being spied on and leaked.
What leaked?
This interview, like they're like actively trying to slander him and keep him from interviewing the president because, well, they knew if he did, he would expose the truth, and he did.
The Putin is based and knows his history, unlike Joe Biden. He doesn't know where
he
he
went
is.
off the half hour of the history of Ukraine and its relation to Russia. And yeah, it's founded on a coup and other sketchy things. They are not based in anything. They're not based. Not based in any kind of good morals or anything. Like their form of government is just sketchy. It's completely. It's
Mm-hmm.
he goes on for a half hour. Like I can't really summarize that very well.
Well, I think it's even
You need
even
to
if
listen
even,
to the thing.
yeah, even if definitely watch it. Even if Putin is wrong in totality about his governance, which I think he does certain things well,
Oh yeah,
better than Joe Biden, right? Like any kind of weak president. Putin is a
geez,
strong.
anyone's better than him.
Yeah, look, Putin is a strong leader. I mean, he doesn't. It's not always morally virtuous, but he's a strong leader, and he knows a version of history at least that's cohesive, right? So he has arguments for what he does, unlike a lot of our leaders and our government who just kind of play the game, get to the top, and then schmooze a bunch of people, and are not consistent or you know like I guess have a connection to the national interest. They're just more self-interested a lot of the time.
Yep.
Now I'm not saying Putin is not self-interest, but I think he does care about Russia and he manages
I
it pretty
believe he
well.
legitimately cares about his country.
Yeah.
I think that, at the very least, is completely true and proven in that interview. That guy truly cares.
Yeah.
So, purely assuming everything he says in their interview is true and he's not lying out his ass, going into this, just assuming that that's what it is. It's really damning to the federal branch of the government that president really was never in charge as for the entire time Putin's been president. Like he says he says there's been many times where he's tried to reach out his hand to the US to have good commerce or whatnot, good relations, and the president has told him, yeah, that's a good idea. We'll do that. And then later gets back to him and says, nah, we're not doing that. Because the CIA stepped in.
Yeah.
And some CIA and a couple other three-letter agencies keep stopping good relations from happening, put simply. Because he names many things. Again, it's hard to consolidate it all because I didn't take notes. Because, I thought Jaeden was going to do that.
It is very interesting, like an outside perspective on who's actually in charge.
Yeah, it was
Deal.
clear like Trump was the only president who was really in charge.
Yep.
Even Obama thought having good relations with Russia was a good idea, according to him. And he's like, yeah, no. I changed my mind.
Yeah, they made a huge deal out of like colluding with Russia and like having foreign powers control governmental power in the US. It's just very interesting. Like I think those three-letter agencies, some part of what keeps them going is, foreign intelligence and like keeping up with that and stuff.
That's what CIA is.
Yeah. So they would have a vested interest in being opposed to Russia no matter what.
Yes, that's why I specifically said CIA, because they're the specific branch for clandestine stuff,
Yeah.
So,
so it would make sense for them not to want there to be friendly relations with Russia.
Yeah.
Because then they're out of a job.
And also, it doesn't make sense. Like, why would you go out of your way? He said specifically the U.S. and the UK and Germany, for some reason, keep making deals with Ukraine instead of Russia. And he said it doesn't make sense. Like, deals with us are more profitable for the both of us, and yet they like keep going
Yeah.
and doing deals with Ukraine that they don't profit from.
That is weird.
He says, why? Why would they do this?
Why?
Well,
This is possible.
I think because
Why
if
the
they make
UK?
deal with Russia, then the country benefits and the people benefits and our relations benefit. But they can make deals with Ukraine where they're willing to basically have only the scummy politicians benefit. And they can launder all, make do some wheeling and dealing with the Bidens and launder money for them.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just self-interested people.
Yeah, that's
at
the
top
only
of
thing
food
that I
chain.
can think of. Because yeah, otherwise Ukraine is useless. I mean, there's not a lot that they could do for America.
Nope. They Ukraine even considered negotiations with Russia, and apparently Boris Johnson told them, "Stop, don't do that," and they pulled out. It's like, okay, Boris, why did you do that?
Well, Boris is an idiot, so.
True.
And now he's not prime minister, and when now he's not prime minister, he can't talk about that,
He's
and we still don't know why.
I'm gonna be like Trump, but like horrible at my job.
Yeah, Boris was funny, but
Ain't it?
he was
Oh, Boris was
terrible.
hilarious, absolutely hilarious. Like,
He's a little
like
wimpy
if I
baby
didn't
boy.
know any of the political stuff he did, I would have thought the guy's great because he's just so funny.
Yeah.
But knowing the shit he did, he's like, yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, no, he was
all tough and then bow down.
ultimately terrible for the country. Terrible. I mean, he conspired to strike fear into everyone with COVID in those leaked messages, and then he just got away with it because
And then he had a bunch of parties. Got to go to the parties.
Parliament's not going to prosecute themselves, so they got away with it. Awful, but yeah, I'm not saying that I condone the whole war with Ukraine, or I think Putin is a fabulous and trustworthy guy. I'm just saying that I understand. Like, I understand that was his reaction to the U.S. just consistently being dicks to Russia for no reason.
What the hell?
And if you remember, Trump wasn't, and they had a good relationship, and everyone was making fun of him, saying, making pictures of them kissing and all that. But now there's war, so yeah, congratulations.
Money.
Kill!
Lots of money. Money me.
Money now.
Kill! That's it. Well, I don't even remember.
Putin, a legend.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Love him.
One of the things that I noticed from the interview is, even though he seems like an amicable, just sort of a normal, amicable guy, he's kind of scary. Like, not at first.
Yeah.
Like, he's, nice to Tucker, and they joke and they laugh and pal around a little. But something I noticed, at least from what I'm watching, is just his unshakable control of the conversation at all times.
Mm-hmm.
And Tucker's no slouch. Like, Tucker was doing a great job, and trying to bring it back, because Tucker's talked to a lot of tough people, been in a lot of tough conversations, and it shows. In fact, I think he's one of the few journalists who could have conducted this interview and actually make it worthwhile, because I think he's one of the few people who could step toe to toe with Putin. But yeah, Putin just came off as incredibly formidable, and so I understand why
Oh, that's
why he's had such a hold on the country, and
I think so.
been the powerful leader that he has. Because you get the idea that he really is uncompromising. He really knows how to keep people in line.
Yeah, he's a veteran.
He's scary. Like
Lots of things.
I'm not saying whether I like him or his policies or whatnot. I don't know that much about him. I'm just saying, like, the interview from what I watched so far has definitely been enlightening, because I understand him better, and I understand the type of person he is and his relationship with Ukraine.
Yeah, he's definitely can hold his own. He's been through probably a lot in his life and is now managing Russia single-handedly, so
Right.
definitely a man's man in his own regard.
Right. And
Respect him for it.
I mean this is how good journalism should be. Cuz I mean, we don't know what Tucker's opinion of Putin is. And it doesn't matter. That should not have effect on whether he's going to talk to this guy. It shouldn't have an effect on whether he's respectful or not. Because a lot of journalists these days, you see this a lot with, like, news anchors like Fox News and CNN, is they just get really hostile towards people that they don't like. Like, they're just talking to... You get the idea that they're talking to them because it's obligatory, not because they care about their job or because they care about getting the truth or trying to get different sides of the conversation or situation. They don't care about any of that. And so they'll just be, straight up mean to people. And, Tucker, who has a lot of moral standing, I can't imagine that he would agree with even half the ways in which Putin would run a country. Because I know they're not a communist country on paper, but they are in the majority of they still are in the majority of the way that they do things and the way people are treated. And yet that's not something that affects the way that it's obviously not something that affected how he conducted the interview. So I appreciated that. I thought it was great, and I thought it was so unjust for people to go after him. Because, I mean, like, journalists interviewing a world leader is just super normal.
Yeah.
and
everybody's out to get him, be like...
Tons of, like, CNN journalists and people they do like have done it. Like, there was someone who even made, like, a list. Like, okay, so all this, and this is acceptable, but for some reason Tucker interviewing Putin means he's a traitor? Like, what? Like, what in the world? So people just get, like, their opinions of a person in the way of any kind of logical thinking. Like, everything is just so personal. for people these days, and I think it's ridiculous. Like, we can't have professionalism anymore in journalism or anything else.
Nope. It's a very childish way of interacting with
Yeah, it is.
life.
Because you're not.
Like, oh, he's a mean man. You can't talk to him.
Right? It's
How dare
stupid.
you? How dare you try to reason with somebody and get his view on things? Like, I mean, that's kind of how you discern reality, and what you should do is get different information from different viewpoints and kind of form your own opinion on the subject. Man,
I can't see the next waypoint. Are we supposed to go back to Scooter now?
that's kind of how history works. Like,
It should be active.
Well, I flipped.
that's how they write
records.
history books, isn't it?
It is. It is how they write history.
No, you
books.
got one left.
If I don't like you and you're not exactly like me,
The
then
master switch.
Yeah. Like, you just pretend they don't exist or like never talk to them, then you don't get any information. It's like, okay, well, how would we know that Hitler did anything bad if we didn't talk to and interrogate all the people that were associated with him?
right. How would we know the extent of his wrongs? How would we know how
Yeah.
many exactly, or close to exactly how many people died?
So stupid. So one-dimensional. Like brain rot.
It really is. So anyway, I couldn't put it in the links below because obviously they're trying to ban this interview in a ton of places. But if you just go to Twitter and you go to Tucker Carlson's profile, you can see the interview for yourself.
Or his website, or wherever
And,
podcasts are found.
Right. But the website or Twitter are going to be the most reliable because you know it's not going to disappear from there. Unlike the podcasting sites where you might get some that are funny about it. You can also find, and maybe you're listening to it this way, but you can also find this on Apple Podcasts and Spotify Podcasts. If you don't want to have to use YouTube, if you just want to listen to this later, it will be available after the stream is over, which is pretty nice. I think it's nice.
Whoa, what the hell?
You
The
can
purple beacon.
listen in the way that suits you. And you can... anyway.
You can feel yourself.
I learned something fun today.
You did?
Yes, apparently when Nikolai Tesla died, I didn't know this, the Trump family bought up like a shit ton of his patents. And one of them
Smart.
allegedly was for a machine that could travel through time.
Oh my gosh. Trump time traveler.
So it was Trump's great uncle, I think it was, who bought the patents, but since they're like owned by the family, he technically owns them.
That is crazy.
Wait,
Yeah, it is.
allegedly, there was a time machine one, and there's a funny theory. In 1890, there's a book published called "The Adventures of Baron Trump and His Dog." I can't remember its name. And the kid in this book looks like Baron Trump.
Nah.
It's just,
Oh no, bro.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but
Time traveling
Trump
Trumps.
owns a patent for a time machine from Nikolai Tesla.
You know, there's a movie. If anyone in the audience wants to know more, there's a great movie where David Bowie plays in. It's called The Prestige, where he invents a teleporter. I highly recommend it.
Allegedly, that is also something Trump
Yeah, a
owns.
teleporter. It's a great film.
Damn.
The Prestige.
Somebody is Trump in a movie?
No,
No.
Tesla. David Bowie
Tesla.
plays Tesla
Oh,
in The
Tesla.
He plays
Prestige.
Nikolai Tesla.
And there's also Christian Bale and Michael Caine and Hugh Jackman. It's great. It's a
Hugh
great movie.
Jackman.
It's a great movie.
Fantastic film.
Love that one. Still gets me
You-
every time.
Huge
Always
jacked
impressed with
man.
it. Yeah,
Whee!
huge jacked man.
Yeah.
So Amazon
flying.
Prime.
I'm flying. This is the only way to travel. Oh my god.
Oh no, we lost him.
I was working pretty well.
Amazon
Yeah.
Prime is, as many people will know, a steep $15 a month or $139 a year if you want to put up the math. And now they are raising the price for, if you want Amazon Prime Video without ads, you have to pay an extra $3. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but I would like to point out that that's an extra $36 a year, or $36 a month, or $175 a year, which is a 25.8% price increase. That's pretty significant. 25% increase.
Dang.
Very suddenly for a streaming platform. Wild.
It's like we gotta put ads here now.
Which I don't really understand. Like, I know not a lot of people watch Prime Video. Like, its viewership has been going down like crazy lately. But we know that Amazon is not exactly strapped for cash.
You guys help me,
Like they do not need to do.
please.
You left me here.
I'm coming. I'm
Can't
coming. I'm
help you.
coming.
Skagzilla is about to kill me.
I'm phase walking over there as fast as physically possible.
Yep. The streaming
But
streaming
they do-
empire has fallen.
It really has. But the funny thing is that like Amazon, even though it's one of the ones that's suffering, they just don't really need to do that. Like they do not need to raise the price by $3. It's so silly. And
They make
unfortunately,
money.
they are within their rights to do that. But they made a big oopsie. A rather embarrassingly stupid oversight. A pretty embarrassing oversight to make. So this applies to, as well, people who have already paid for the year.
Ooh.
Whoa, and that's illegal, buddy. That's illegal on a number of levels. It's all
Yep.
false advertisement, false product, breach of contract. Oh boy. It do
Bet
be
they
all
changed
kinds
that
of
real
stuff,
quick.
though.
Help me.
You're like, oh no,
Emma.
bro.
So, there is now a class action lawsuit against Amazon. It is open-ended, so anyone who already paid for the year can join the lawsuit and try to drain some money from Amazon. Now, of course, they can't really do anything to hurt Amazon or their reputation, really. But if you think you could get a little extra cash off Amazon, and, well, more cash off Amazon than, you know, what your lawyer fees cost, and you got a little time on your hands, you can go to the link below and join the lawsuit. If that's your prerogative. They deserve it, though. They definitely deserve it.
Oh yeah.
I know they can't be hurt by it, but still, like, that's, justice. I like it. Because it's
Yep.
just, it's so absurd and needless. Extra $3 to watch without ads when the stupid thing's already $15 a month, which is crazy considering
You get-
inflation and how little money people make.
Yeah.
Like, do you want people to not pay for Amazon at all?
Well, you do get free shipping.
There's that.
I mean, if you order a lot off Amazon, like we order a decent amount off Amazon, it is worth it. But
Right.
definitely not. We don't watch the streaming part.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend I don't have Amazon.
Yeah. But yeah, we don't really watch the streaming part of it that much,
I'm
if
just
at all.
saying, no reason to, like, ruin any goodwill that you have. Why sour the water?
Yeah, it's a little weird. I don't know. Maybe their bottom line was not doing good or something. I don't know. I mean, they have like lots of money, so. But maybe it's just eating into their. Yeah, I don't really know. Because like to stay afloat as a company, you do have to make profits, gross profits or something like that. So if you don't keep that in mind, then you will go under eventually, even if you do have, like super
Right.
amounts of money. But oh my gosh.
Well, what I hate is when people just don't know how to cut their losses and give up. Right? Like, at this point, just stop Prime Video.
Just
Stop.
it.
Stop it. Give up.
Just give up.
No, I'm serious. I mean, this always happens. Because what happens is the people who make the content aren't putting any money into it, so they don't suffer from making bad projects. So they don't care. They don't have motivation to do better. And then the people who do foot the bill is, the legacy money of some faceless corporation.
Yeah.
And so nobody cares and nothing happens. And I mean, that's what happened.
stagnates.
Like the CW. The CW was a channel on TV for over 20 years. And it never made its money back. A single day it was on air. A single day. From day one, they were losing. Never improving. Nothing. And they were still on for forever.
True.
And what happened? There were still not consequences because somebody bought the company by inheriting their debts. It's somebody else's problem. Not the idiots who propped it up for 20 years. No, they get to walk free from their failures. So we need more of these companies to just realize when to give up and just say, okay, I'll let that go. Nobody's watching. It's been like 5 years or something, and we can't turn a profit for anything. We were never popular. Never even came close to
Uh-oh. I'm stuck.
to rivaling Netflix. Just give up. Just give up.
Oh, maybe not. Well, I mean, in their view, I guess, but like, I'm getting like free entertainment. So, I mean, who is it hurting really for
You're only getting free entertainment because your parents pay for Amazon. It's not free.
It's well, yeah, but we don't. It's not. We don't buy it for the streaming part. We just buy it for the free shipping.
Oh, wait.
It's just a bonus, like on top of it. So, you know,
Yeah. I mean,
know what I mean?
I think that's the only reason anyone ever watched Amazon was because it
Yeah.
just came along. And so that's why
yeah, ain't
that's
nobody
why
just getting the streaming service
cuz it was
by
just
itself.
yeah, nobody, absolutely nobody. And that's why I'm saying this is such a stupid rule because
What are these things?
now even less people watch it. Because if everybody's got commercials, then you're not going to watch Amazon Prime. You're
About to die. Help.
you're going to watch something with good content.
yeah, that's true. There's a lot of
You're not going to
other
choose
streaming
Amazon.
services.
You know, you only got so much time. You got all these shows at your fingertips. You're not going to choose Amazon.
Yeah.
I mean, hell,
Yeah,
I
I
wasn't
guess so.
even choosing Amazon before this.
Was it my first choice? Any at all? What
Like,
the heck is this place?
not even my third choice for content. Like, as much as I hate Disney Plus, I think I've spent more hours on Disney Plus than I have on Amazon Prime because at least Disney Plus still has like a huge backlog of old content that's good.
Right.
Like I'm gonna spend more time revisiting the Muppet Show or some X-Men cartoon I watched as a kid rather than some modern woke garbage on Amazon Prime.
Aren't they putting or what's it called? Unifying Disney Plus and what was the other one?
Hulu?
Hulu. They're
Hulu?
going to be.
Or is that just a rumor?
It's a.
It's like a heavy rumor because like higher ups have suggested it, but it's still a rumor
Okay.
because there's no official word on that.
Yeah, that they'll get rid of Disney Plus and go full in on
But
Hulu.
yeah,
Bye, Micah.
Oh man.
yeah. So Disney Plus will probably not exist much longer. It was not the best example to use, but but still, I mean, Amazon Prime was it was kind of cool in the beginning. They bought some interesting properties. They made a few good original movies. They had The Tick, which was great, and then they canceled The Tick, and it was all over. And
The heck is a tick?
there was just no reason to be
And
interested
then,
anymore.
I also had Terminal
It
List.
was-
That was really good.
Yeah, that's still going. Season 2 is actually quite recent.
Terminal List?
Oh no, sorry, not Terminal List. I'm thinking of Reacher, aren't I?
Oh, Reacher. Yeah, Terminal List is getting a season 2, but it is now delayed because of the strike.
Oh, boo-hoo!
So yeah, we were supposed to get it this year, but they haven't even started filming.
Wow. Okay.
Man, I thought they would really
I
just.
heard Reacher was good
res-
too, though.
I thought they would just resort to AI, Chat GPT stuff for writing. Like, how have they not transferred over yet?
Well, unions. There's a problem with unions. It's a union problem.
Well, just
Basically.
fire all of them and then go to Chat GPT.
Yeah, no one's gonna watch that.
I mean, it's all trash anyway, so like, does it really matter?
Well, they don't see it that way, Micah.
I mean,
They don't think. Like these narcissists, when something doesn't do well, they don't think it's trash. They're just like, we're misunderstood.
They're like, oh, these racist people.
Yeah.
They don't like it.
He's racist.
And then when everybody loves something, they're like, you guys are all racist or whatever. Like, Terminal List. People didn't like, Amazon didn't like that people liked it.
Go away, dog.
But they made it, didn't they?
You like my show? How dare you?
It was like the woke
What?
people on the Amazon were like, who didn't make it, were upset because it was really based and promoted violence. So,
Promoted violence. I like it. I need to watch this.
It's a good show. Really good show.
Shoot,
Chris
I got
Pratt.
stuff on my keyboard. Rats.
I'm also want to try out Reacher. I heard that was good.
Son of a bitch. Stupid dog.
You know all these things, man.
I'm dying.
I'm dying. What it do, what it be?
I was dying.
He was dying.
Anyway, just so you know, The Tick
Another
is
one.
a superhero show about a superhero named The Tick. And
Oh.
it started as a comic book in the 80s. Then it was, which was pretty popular. And so it's like a comedy, obviously. And then it was a cartoon in the 90s.
Also pretty good.
Also very popular. Then there was a live action show in the early 2000s. And it was great, but it didn't do very well for this reason or another. And then Amazon made a second live action show, which got a couple seasons before getting canceled. And one of the great things about The Tick is the original creator is very hands-on. So he's like a head writer in every Tick project.
Oh, okay.
And so if there's another Tick show or cartoon or comic or something, like, you know it's going to be good, right?
Yeah.
So when it's one of those rare properties when you hear, oh, The Tick, you're like, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, baby.
Some good content at last.
Interesting.
And it was great. It was produced by Patrick Warburton, who
Oh,
is a very funny guy and
come on.
was one of the people who played the Tick in the past. And they had Peter Serafinowicz as the Tick, who was absolutely wonderful. He was hilarious.
Perfectly cast.
Brilliant casting. Brilliant. And everybody else was great. They had Alan Tudyk as Danger Boat. a
Danger boat.
a artificial AI inside a boat who's mildly homosexual.
That was actually funny.
It
Mildly
was.
homosexual.
It was great. It was very funny.
A gay boat.
Interesting.
But it it got a decent 2 seasons, but I think the reason viewership dropped was just superhero fatigue. Like, season 2 dropped around the same time that Marvel started failing. Like, right after Endgame.
But it wasn't bad enough that they should cancel it. I mean, hell, they were still under contract when they canceled it, so they actually illegally canceled it.
Yeah, it was really not fair. And like you said, they weren't doing that badly. It was less than Amazon was hoping for, especially considering a semi-expensive show with special effects. But still a lot more viewers than they got on their shows these days.
Yeah.
They're probably kind of secretly wishing they had The Tick, because at least people watched it. And there was even this whole campaign, this Save the Tick hashtag that was trending and everything, and Amazon just kind of ignored everybody. I said, a loyal built-in fan base who wants a little more.
Nah.
Forget about it. Who cares? We don't
Yeah,
need
I hate
them.
when the streaming sites do that. They're like, okay, so we're gonna fund you for 1 to 2 seasons when you're, trying it out and kind of filling in, getting custom. You're gonna get on a roll, because that's what happens with a lot of series. They'll have like 1 or 2 in the beginning that's like,
Right.
that's got some good bones, but it's not there yet. And then third, fourth, whatever, that's when you kind of hit your stride.
Yeah.
If your series are good. And
Right.
a lot of the streaming services, they pull the plug after the second season. And then they'll fund series that are just complete and utter garbage for like more than that.
Yeah.
I don't understand who is funding and then pulling away funding. Like, who is doing this? Who is responsible?
Wait, are you talking about Amazon, right?
Anybody. Like, it seems like every
Oh,
streaming site does this.
Amazon, it would be Jennifer Salke.
Yeah.
And
And
Jennifer Salke
she is a
has no intuition.
fun-hating woman. Like, if
Oh,
you know
big
anything
time.
about her, you understand why the Tick was unjustly canceled.
She
She absolutely hates
got
fun.
issues.
Wretched woman. Her
Yeah.
children must hate her. If she has children.
Probably not.
Probably not. She's probably a sad cat lady. She fits the profile.
Yeah.
But anyway, if you are listening and you have an Amazon subscription and you are thinking of either canceling it or just not watching Prime Video because you hate commercials, understandably, then before you do that, please stick it to Amazon by watching The Tick. give it more views.
Yeah. Watch it and
I
then
think
cancel.
it's only got like a 6-episode seasons. It was because they didn't want to put too much money into it. They did not really believe in it. So it's literally just 12 20-minute episodes. Just get her done. Enjoy. It's great. Anyway, that's that's
Cancer
enough.
of streaming services.
Yeah, that's enough about that. I think.
You're on fire.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
waiting
you.
for my car to heal.
Oh.
Sorry, I
Ooh,
got
purple one.
food on my notes.
Ooh.
It's a body on top of our car.
It's a dead body up here. It'll be all right. All right.
There is a weapon. Heck. Aw. You left me.
So I'm gonna mispronounce this name, and some foreigners will laugh at me, but that's all right. So, former Dutch Prime Minister Dries van Acht.
Freeze.
And Booker.
Anyway, this former Dutch Prime Minister, he died with his wife, hand in hand, in a double euthanasia.
Oh,
Both were 93.
this is no good.
The Netherlands have provided assisted suicide since 2002, and nearly 9,000 died of euthanasia in 2020 alone.
Oh my gosh. Wait, how populated is the Netherlands? Can't be that much, right?
It's quite a bit of people. Hold on. Let me get that for you.
I feel like it's not that many. They're just gonna kill themselves out of existence. They're like, yeah.
I think they're gonna see some population problems. Okay, so the Netherlands have 17 million.
That's pretty small.
Yeah.
17 million?
Yep, 17 million.
Bruh.
So yeah, they could like 'Cause you just know that this is like mostly sad young people, and then they're gonna have population problems because
Yeah.
they're not having enough children. Oh, what was that campaign?
Mm.
Do It for Denmark.
Denmark, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Denmark's
Remember
based.
Do It for Denmark. So yeah,
Denmark is-
that area of countries is already like their neighbors are already having that problem. So they should be afraid.
That is
Because
crazy.
9,000 or almost 9,000 in 1 year, pretty significant. And I mean, I get that these two people were 93 and they didn't have that much life to live, but still, you don't know that there was some great moment that you could have had.
Yeah, you could have helped a lot of people with your wise words, but you
Right, you could have
decided to kill
given
yourself.
wisdom, you could have funded particular things. And I mean sometimes you're just in the right place at the right time to save someone's life or this or that. You know, you don't know what sort of circumstance there
Yeah.
was going to be. And it's just so traumatizing. There are tons of Reddit posts about this. It's so traumatizing for the family. Because they think, "Oh, it's like there's closure because they chose it and there wasn't pain and it was peaceful." But it turns out no.
It's kind of weird.
It doesn't feel right at all. And you see all these Reddit posts like, "Oh, I feel sick about it. I don't know why, but everyone's telling me it's normal." So
It's normal.
I'm the one, you know, I know I'm probably the one at fault, but I wanted to know if anyone else felt this way. And it's like, yeah, well, everyone would feel like that in that situation. Cuz there's a part of us that knows that's wrong. There's something about that that's beyond explanation. Like it's just it's crazy.
Life is hard. I'm suffering. Guess I'll die.
Exactly. Like
Okay then.
really
Sure.
you like even at 93 like you weak coward. Oh,
Yeah.
boo-hoo, suffering? Weak? So is everyone else.
Yep. So is everyone else in all of history.
And think about all the cases where people are just like where doctors are wrong, right? I saw just today someone was posting on Twitter about how they caught like this horrible lung disease that they suffer with. And she was told that she'd die at 19. And she's 30 something now, and she's doing this challenge where she runs a marathon every day for like 35 days.
Oh.
Because what she did was she thought, "Oh, I can extend my life by like getting super fit."
Yeah.
Yes.
And it worked. Holy moly,
Yeah.
did it work.
Oh, who
She's a
knew?
unit.
And now, yeah, exactly. She's an absolute unit. She has a family. She has children. Imagine if she had just gone, "Oh man, this hurts. I don't have much. I haven't been given long to live. I might as
Guess
well
I'll just kill
I
myself.
guess I'll just tap out." Like, imagine
Yeah.
that
And now she's an
whole
inspiration for other people.
yeah, that
who have
whole life benefiting
diseases.
so many people, bringing children into this world would have just been gone.
Yeah.
Like that could be you, and
Very-
you just don't know it. You don't know what you're supposed to be doing in this life and how you're supposed to be a benefit to the world. But most importantly, I think we'll notice, not just on a personal level, but obviously we know that this system gets gets abused to hell. Like we know it does. Because
No.
you need, just like with Canada, you need a doctor's written consent that you're suffering and all that. And that is incredibly easy to get because mental health is involved, which can mean literally anything. You can even do it online. Kind of like how you can get prescriptions through like an app, and you text with a psychiatrist who just sort of always says yes because he's getting paid by a pharmaceutical company to say yes. It's the same
That
thing.
is
You can
insane.
literally go online and be like, "Oh, doctor, I'm sad. May I die?" And they say yes, and
Yeah, I die.
you then give the hospital your name, and you've got a scheduled death date. 5 minutes tops.
Hey, you gotta get up there. Can you get up there where I'm shooting?
Yeah,
Where the last gun part is.
maybe.
So obviously,
Yeah, and they'll what's it called? Like not persuade, but like force old people who drain more on their social medical system or whatever.
right.
They'll kind of persuade them through means, immoral means, to be like, yeah, kill yourself. Go on, do it.
Do it.
You need to
Right,
die.
exactly. You not only have these impersonal doctors on the other side of a computer who will sign off on anything, but at the same time, they're not going to do anything to discourage you because it's a whole industry.
Yeah.
Because it's expensive to kill yourself. They have a lot they have a
Yeah.
lot to benefit off this.
It's also expensive to keep old people alive, so just
And
kill yourself.
that's what we
old
see
person.
in Canada. All the young people are doing it now because they're sad and life is hard. So there you go. All the libtards on Twitter think that this couple getting euthanized hand in hand is cute, but
That
it's
is not
really
cute.
quite harrowing. No, you're right. It's
Who
not
said that
cute
is-
at all. Plenty of
Who
people.
said that is
You
cute?
should see the replies. It was horrible.
That is
Everyone was like, "Aw," having their aw moment over these
No.
two people killing themselves.
that is literally like them
Romeo and
pointing a
Juliet
gun
was a
at each other's
mistake.
heads and just blowing their heads off. What do you mean? Aw,
It'd be cheaper.
That would be cheaper and faster.
it's the same thing. You're just killing yourself. That's not. I don't even know what the word is, but it's not cute. Sad, depressing,
Disturbing, traumatizing.
apocalyptic, dystopian. That's the word. There you go.
Dystopian, yeah. For sure.
Unnatural. You're going to hell. Stuff like that.
Oh yeah, not to mention how an entirely godless it is. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I keep forgetting.
Super
I can't
anti-human.
drive.
Oh my gosh. It is not cute.
Not at all. Speaking of old people deaths, William Post, the inventor of the Pop-Tart, has died at 96. He was part of their baking division where they made the Pop-Tart. His kids were some of the first taste testers. And he was also a veteran. He served in the Army Air Corps during the Japan occupation.
Really?
So yeah, really interesting guy.
So he invented Pop-Tarts.
Yes.
Was he like
Wrong way.
fit
Right.
or was he
Right.
fat?
He lived to 96.
So he just made a diabetes diabetes biscuit,
Yeah, he made.
but he didn't eat
Well,
it.
I mean, in his defense, it was not nearly as bad when he invented them. It was much tamer.
Yeah, I guess
But
that is true.
they added a lot of chemicals over the years, and still, I mean, quite an achievement. I mean, it's pretty cool, and he was a veteran.
Yeah.
A moment of silence for Pop-Tarts guy.
Pop-Tart man.
William.
Pop-Tarts are pretty
William
good.
Post. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're terrible for you, but pretty good.
My
No,
cousin,
not gonna lie.
he would eat Pop-Tarts all the time, and he
I,
would put butter on like the bottom of it and put it in a toaster.
I hear that's great, but man,
Dude,
that sounds like an artery clogger.
it is
Oh
so
my
good, but it
goodness.
is so bad for you, dude. Like, oh my gosh.
Dude, that is just awful.
Yeah. Very disgusting. He's on the toilet.
I bet
Well.
he died bleeding rich.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a post. He
Lots
was
of
probably
money.
born rich, to be fair. It's cool that he still, like, did something revolutionary with the company,
Mm-hmm.
even though it was already,
He could have just sat back and rode the wave, but he was
Yeah,
Clever man.
exactly. Exactly. He made them even more money. So cool.
Yep. That's how you keep things going.
Like that is the kind of
F's in the chat for Papa Pop-Tart.
yeah, F's in the chat for Pop-Tart. That's the kind of like nepotism or inheritance, I guess, that I can
Oops.
get behind. Like if you actually do something, that's epic.
I got to ride. Yeah.
So this is something kind of crazy. Special counsel Robert Hur releases a report recommending that Biden should not be prosecuted because the jury will see him as, quote, an elderly man with poor memory, end quote. And Biden would be seen as...
Why? What? Why did you do that?
Yeah.
And
You
Biden...
ruined my car. Stop it.
Anyway, the jury would...
No.
Shut up! The jury would see him as an elderly man with poor memory, and Biden would be seen as unfit to stand trial. So basically, which is hilarious, because basically saying, hey, my fellow Democrats, or I guess my fellow Republicans as well, hey, we can't do anything to get on Biden. We can't drag him into this Hunter Biden business because
He's
he will be seen
incompetent.
as unfit to stand trial.
Yeah.
Which
my Lord.
then would, of course, bring his presidency and any hope of future office immediately into question.
Hmm. I mean, if a court finds him unfit to stand trial, wouldn't that mean that like he can't actually function as the president? Like that's one of the
I'm not sure if there's a legal precedence for that, but
I thought there was an unfit for presidency
yeah,
thing where
that's
they
true.
can
That's true. But logically, yes, it would call for that. And I think it would be incredibly
I mean-
stupid if no one were to try to test it out.
Either way, that's good then, I guess.
Oh yeah, good for us. But bad for them.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. About to blow.
But either way, pretty funny.
That great.
If so, he would be the first ever president to be found as unfit to stand trial. Which would be such a hilarious and historic way and fitting way to end his,
And his
embarrassing
his reign.
presidency.
What do we do here?
Kill.
everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just thought that was interesting that even their side is like, we can't vote to impeach him because it's a whole barrel of monkeys.
Barrel monkeys.
It's a whole barrel of monkeys.
I died.
You ain't dead yet.
I'm bleeding out.
Get up, I'll get you.
I'm bleeding. Oh.
I'm dying.
So last time we talked about
Your mom.
how they
Got it.
failed to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Yes, the worst federal security, blubbity blubbity, border security. National security.
It sure
Something like that.
gets funnier than
Homeland
but- Okay, so
Security.
Homeland.
Which is national security.
Yeah.
So the House voted to impeach him again,
Oh, okay.
and he has been impeached by one vote.
No way. Did
Yeah.
he really?
Really,
Oh my gosh!
One
Thank the Lord.
vote.
Have you seen clips of the hearing for this impeachment?
No, I have not.
No.
Dude, they just so somebody was drilling him saying, you know, your actions are reprehensible, you've done a shitty job, whatever. And he responded with, "How dare you? I'm Jewish."
Brilliant.
I mean, that's put simply, but it is basically what he said. He said, "How dare you? Don't you know I'm Jewish?" And absolutely
That's
nothing
funny.
anti-Semitic was said in the slightest.
Being
So
anti-Semitic.
he was like,
Mm.
it was a desperate attempt to have something to hide behind, you know, when he in reality had nothing
That is
to
awesome.
hide behind it.
So
It's
what
like,
is his
"Oh, God,
what's his sentence? What is it?
nothing. He's just impeached."
Oh,
Gotta play the Jew card.
man.
So
Now, if they can prove damages of some kind, yes, he could. But as
So
of right now,
no,
he's
this
impeached.
I was hoping for a hanging personally, but in Minecraft.
so this moves to Congress now, and Congress will decide if the impeachment gets through them, and then so they'll vote, and then they can decide whether he gets removed from office and what kinds of what kind of consequences basically that he can face.
Well, good that he's impeached, I suppose.
And
We have more precedents now. For
yeah,
impeachment.
we don't have Republicans do not have congressional majority, so absolutely nothing is probably what will happen. but it's still nice to have that out there. You know,
Mhm.
a stain on his career that he absolutely does not deserve to have, since he broke the law so many times. I mean, it's so annoying that
Broke the law a lot.
you can't just freaking try this guy. Like, he can get bailed out by multiple groups of his buddies instead of some nice, swift justice for breaking the law.
I break the law.
Like, geez,
Break some law.
wouldn't it be great to be a politician? You get to do whatever you want.
True.
You could shoot
break
people
the
in
law.
you could shoot people in the street, and they'd be like, "Nah, it's actually cool that he did that because we like him."
A white man.
White
Like,
people.
it's absolutely absurd.
People.
A white man does not deserve the respect.
You break the law, you face the consequences. That's how it should be.
Nah.
People.
Because
People.
otherwise,
Rooftop power
they'll
on.
just keep doing it. Gotta make an
We live in
example
a
of
country
people. You have to.
No consequences
Exactly, it's horrible.
and no shame.
Like, that's why everyone wants to come here. Because they could do all of the
They can
crappy
come here.
things that they do in their country. And,
It's a double meaning.
huh?
They could come here,
Oh my gosh.
and that's why they want to come here.
No, they could do all of the horrible things
Ooh, sniper.
that they do in their country, but without consequences.
Consequences.
So yeah, of course they would. Of course they would.
See, this is why everyone likes John Wick, because there's consequences.
Right, exactly. There's justice.
Yes.
Yes.
That's when justice was dealt by
Cute car.
I don't know where I'm going. Whee!
average
You're on the
Joe.
right way. Don't worry.
Took the
Keep
law into his own hands.
Yeah, that's right.
Vigilante justice, baby.
Right. And it I love how everyone's going on and on about how much they will benefit us. I still don't know where I'm going.
Keep going. You gotta go through that arena to get out. Make sure.
They talk about how much they'll give us, how much work, all of these workers and benefits and infrastructure, but apparently they don't do that for their own country. Explain that one to me.
Well, it's also funny that they want them to work the menial and low-paying jobs. It's like,
Yeah.
I thought we got rid of slavery. What's going
Come
on here?
on. Immigrate here, peasants. We have open borders. You just have to scrub my toilets.
Yeah. Most of the time, it's like indentured servitude
yeah,
to
don't-
the
don't-
drug cartels
Exactly.
in Mexico.
You realize I can't see the waypoint, right?
You're going the right way.
I can't believe it. This is incredible. Yeah,
you could just
exactly. It's like, oh, no. You don't need to be documented. Just come to my house. No papers, no nothing. No one has to know you're here. Do this
Did you
stuff
see
for
that-
me. I'll give you room and board.
Did you see that video of that Hispanic migrant who was like, "Oh, I'm so happy to be here in this white woman's house. I just have to clean the dishes and do all the maid stuff for room and board." and food.
No, I
It's
didn't
like,
see
what?
that. But yeah,
It's basically like the slave maid.
it's just slavery. Which is
The
funny
white woman's like, I'm
because
so glad I could help.
which is ironic because of course it's the Democrats who have always advocated for slavery. So just doing the same old thing they always do. Same
Yeah.
same old crap, different century.
Just
It's brilliant.
dressed up differently.
Yeah, we just got new names for things.
They love changed up the names. Messing with
Gotta
the name.
here?
Oh.
No. Forward to the left. Oh wait, no. Turn around. I was facing the wrong way. I was looking behind us. Yep. Up and to the left. Wait. Yep, up and to the right. Yep.
Not
Oh,
TK.
wait. Oh, we finished that. Okay. This one.
Wait.
New mission.
TK's dead.
Now you're on the wrong way. There's another mission in this area.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, if you can't see, do you want me to drive?
Yeah, I don't know why I
Yeah.
keep driving. It's like it's just instinct. Okay.
Alright, where did it go?
So over 1,700 Disneyland employees plan to unionize, calling themselves Magic United.
Ah,
Nice.
Very nice.
no, you're not doing that.
And I think it's hilarious because like these are the people you courted, Disney. Like
Sure.
you appealed to only social justice warriors? Well, that's who you're going to get, baby. They're going to try and strip you of every dime, all the things they think they deserve, even the things they totally don't. Ooh, they're going to give you trouble. That's what this is. And it's even worse because you know what? I think it's going to work. And you know why? Because Disney World is unionized and has been for several decades.
Gosh.
So they're going to this union is going to roll up to court and they're going to say, "Hey, Disney World has been unionized for decades and here in California, they think they could just walk all over us, abuse the workers,
We can't have
take
that.
away our rights." And the court's going to be like, "Well, can't argue with that."
What the hell? Are you seeing this?
I am seeing this. It was spectacular. You did a double backflip.
I didn't even move. And the car's like, well, we're going for a backflip.
Anyway, I don't have much to say about Disney
We're gonna come
unions other than ha. I just thought it was funny. That
Mother.
was, just thought it was fun.
Good to know. They're suffering their own.
Right. You've earned it.
hubris.
What the heck?
Mothra.
More like
The
Batra.
What?
Oh, they shine.
I know how you feel about unions, Micah. Sorry.
To you?
I th-
Did I go on a spiel about unions
I think
before?
I think you did one time.
Yeah, probably. Love-hate relationship.
Yep. Sorry, it wouldn't let me revive you while I was reloading. I wasn't standing there taunting you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if you unionize. I care if it's like state enforced unions.
Right.
That's
silly.
where you have a problem. Cause yeah,
Yeah, they got no business doing that.
yeah, you're just screwing
That's-
over
Yeah, that's sussy.
private businesses and
Yeah.
fair competition.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like people should have the choice to choose union or not union, or else it doesn't
But
really work properly.
a superpower like Disneyland, they could take it.
Oh yeah,
Especially when you're working at a theme park and being abused is just the name of the game. You don't need your employer screwing you over too. Who would ever want to work there?
Yeah, when you have a monopoly over a thing, or you're just really big business, and having a union is just kind of inevitable and for the most part good. But you can also abuse unions, like
Like
it just screws
Hollywood.
over everyone. Yeah. So, it's really depending.
Right. Ooh,
Dependent.
speaking of Hollywood, Amazon Studios, the aforementioned Amazon Studios, now has their own DEI regulations. For those of you who don't know, we
Whoa.
walked through Disney's last week, and it was pretty hilarious. But I'm not going to read through theirs. I just put it in the link below. It's literally like ccdeia.com. It's down there in the links, and there is so much reading to do. There's so much. It's a whole website.
It's serious, man. Why are they so in depth with it?
They're just
They're like-
really specific, and I recommend reading at least some of it because it is funny. Because as always, when you attempt very hard to make very minute rules about racism, you end up being terribly, terribly racist.
Yep.
For instance, they have a list of stereotypes that they do not want. And they come up with some stuff that not even I would think of. Like, they were really sitting around brainstorming stereotypes, which is bad because the more you think of, the broader they become, and the less like actual stereotypes they really are.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So one of the things that they want that's just too broad is they
Micah, why did you have to die?
they do
Can't travel
not
now.
they do not want Asians portrayed as like geeky or nerdy
Or with an accent.
or with an
What?
accent,
That's the best part.
which is a
I
problem.
love those movies.
Because, well, you couldn't hire someone like Jackie
Because
Chan, could
how are
you?
you supposed to hire an Asian without an accent? It's impossible.
No, it
Kind
isn't.
of.
No, it isn't. No, it's worse because you're being less inclusive because you can't have Asians with an accent, which means you can't have representation for Asian immigrants who have accents. And you can't portray any Asians as smart.
They have to be
Well, they're
stupid.
How is
Yeah.
how is this good for the community at all? And this is what I mean by your stereotypes becoming so broad that it's actually it's damaging to that race of people. Because we just won't have Asians portrayed as smart anymore. Oh, brilliant. Oh, we can't have black people acting like gangsters. Well, that alienates a good deal of your audience now, doesn't it?
It just takes away
Because-
90% of the.
Yeah, exactly. Because
The
that's
accuracy
that's too broad, and then you're gonna have black characters that black people can't relate to because they can't like rap or dress a certain way or talk a certain way. It's like, oh, brilliant, and so it's the reason this is worse than Disney is because of the specificities. Is because they're compartmentalizing parts of a stereotype to the point where, because a stereotype isn't something that includes a certain thing. It's includes a certain thing and is portraying it a certain way. Right? So, what's a good example of this? I mean, we always bring up The Simpsons when it comes to stereotypes, right? Because literally every single character is a stereotype. There's not a single character in The Simpsons who isn't. That's the whole setup. Right? And so what's stereotypical about Homer Simpson is not that he's like a stupid, overweight, balding, working class guy. Because you could have a character who's all of those things and not be a stereotype, because they could be a good, well-developed character. He's a stereotype because it's comedic, because those are the sums of, that's the sum of his parts. He's not this super complicated three-dimensional person. He's this two-dimensional cartoon, and that's who he is. He likes donuts and he likes beer and he burps and makes dumb jokes, and he's great.
And he screams at Bart, beats him up.
He strangles his own child.
Based.
Yeah.
So when you take away
Face and red pill.
stereotypes, you just take away certain things that a character is allowed to be, and you seriously limit the storytelling. You limit the relatability. Because imagine if they had rules like that for white guys. What if they said, of course they didn't, but what if, because they don't care about white people, but what if they said, oh, a white guy he can't like sports and drink beer and donuts and make crude jokes ever?
Really lame.
Well, that's really limiting for a writer, and you're going to alienate a good deal of your audience who could relate to that character, because the stereotype is a stereotype because it is true to a certain extent.
But I would be offended.
No,
Don't you understand?
Are you offended by Homer Simpson, Micah?
No, I would think it's like Ryan Gosling. Like, that's me right there.
Right. Like, oh my gosh.
I drink beer and strangle my child.
No, I actually knew a guy like that who bore some resemblance to the character. He was a very normal,
That's awesome.
working class guy. Pretty stand-up guy, but he had a bit of a beer belly, and he was heavily balding and bore some resemblance to the character, and he had Homer Simpson tattooed on his leg because he related to that character. That spoke to him.
He's like, that's relatable.
Like, he knew it was a stereotype. He knows he's being made fun of. But it doesn't matter, because that's how men are. It's all in good fun.
Yeah.
It's all fair game. You can make fun of Homer, then I can make fun of Indian people, like with characters like Apu, or any of the other stereotypes in The Simpsons. It's all fair game.
Right. I think most of it is just white women being offended for like other races.
Oh yeah, because
what's
Indians
happening.
love Apu. There was a whole
Apu is great.
there was he's actually a great character, like secretly a great character. He's not just funny, but they had a petition to bring back the character that was highly successful.
It's crazy.
Because Indians love the character. Just how it is. And it's a slippery slope because, like I said, every character on The Simpsons is a stereotype. So you've kind of set a bad precedence by taking away Apu, because it's like, okay, now, like, we don't see that, oh, you're trying to make up for past mistakes and you're so good and moral. No, we just see that, like, you hate white people and you don't care about the pastor stereotype character or the principal stereotype or any of them. Or any of the people who have ideals you can't get behind. You just care about this. that
Arbitrarily.
fits that is arbitrary and fits your narrative.
And is unironically racist. You're trying to prevent offending people, but you're just
Well, I think
Oh.
racism has to have like intent. Like I don't I would have to look up the
You
definition,
left me to die.
but I'm pretty
I think the definition
I'm-
right now is really scuffed.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like I would have to look at the old definition, but I'm pretty
It's so broad.
I'm pretty sure that it has to be malevolent in some manner. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, I think my definition is basically you're discriminating solely on the basis of race, whether that be positive or negative, without any other considerations. So yeah, it would be a malevolent action because you're acknowledging, you're like thinking about it. I guess. But I mean, you could like accidentally do it probably.
Yeah, but yeah,
I don't
well,
know.
it's
Maybe it is an intentionality.
don't
Because
think-
I mean, I don't really see it as a positive or a negative. I just think it as that thing that I just said. So,
well, I think Apu doesn't. I think by that definition, he doesn't really count because he's not. It's not like a racial discrimination of all Indians.
it's like a cultural
Like
thing.
it was never like all Indians are exactly like Apu. No, it was like he's an Indian who runs a convenience store in America because you
Yeah.
see that all of the time.
It's a depiction of reality.
Like the community of Simpsons characters are supposed to be super familiar.
Yeah.
You know, your scummy mayor who's a really stereotypical politician and all.
Mhm.
It's just supposed to be like heightened American stereotypes. So it wasn't like,
Yeah.
oh, we hate Indian people and we think that they're terrible and all of them are exactly like this. It was like, no, here's this funny character with a funny and unique personality, and he also happens to be an Indian running a convenience store because, yeah, you do see that all the time. That is absolutely true.
Yeah.
You know,
but
the
if like
Simpsons have been on air for over 20 years. Oh, I'm sorry, over 30 years, and it's still true. It's
Yeah,
still
but if-
100% true. You still see it all the
if
time.
like
Like,
all the
that's not
Indians
evil.
were depicted in Simpson were like pooping on the streets
Right,
and all in
right,
convenience
right.
stores
It's
and
not
all
a
like
negative
I don't know,
racial.
something else.
It's not a negative.
Then it could be like, okay, well,
Right. It's not a negative racial opinion just because he does the accent accurately.
yeah.
Like it's just completely unfair. And like I said, they don't go.
Not grouping all Indians into that
They're
category.
They're not being fair because they're not going after. They're not trying to stand up for any of the other stereotypes. They're not trying to stick up for all the Homer Simpsons in the
King
world
Wee
because
Wee.
they don't care. They don't care about those people. It doesn't suit their narrative. And so it has nothing to do with, oh, we're so moral and we need to do this right thing. No, it's just virtue signaling. Like
King Wee Wee's tough. The heck?
like everybody knows how baseless
Yeah.
all your claims are and what a big fat liar you are. Because you're not affording anyone else the same social justice worrying.
Grace.
So
Yeah.
it was just not it was something that should have never happened. It should have never transpired. We should have never had the actor being like, "Oh, I went through racial discrimination training and I understand now." And it's like, well, that's great and all, but we still have like the Mexican stereotype characters and and the the black characters and all that who are all voiced by white people. Like it has nothing to do with morality. It's just this arbitrary hill that you decided to die on. Was
Oh my gosh, that reminds me. Remember when
this specific
they
character?
the guy who played, what was it? Not Lenny, the other guy who's Homer's coworker, the black one.
Carl.
Who?
Carl.
Carl.
and Lenny.
The guy who played Carl announced to be stepping down as playing that character because it was racist. And I predicted the next day the guy who played Cleveland from Family Guy was gonna step down, and then he did.
He did.
Oh,
That was hilarious. I'm like, tomorrow the guy who plays Cleveland is gonna
Seems like
step down.
the
And then
jig's
he
up,
freaking
boys.
announced it the next day. It was hilarious.
Dude,
going-
it's so stupid because Carl
Black
isn't
voice.
Carl isn't even remotely a stereotype.
No.
Like nothing about his voice, nothing about his character. Like the fact that he's black is just part of the character design. It's
But it's black voice, man.
it's
the-
completely
well, it's the
secondary. No,
coworker
it's not. Have
stereotype.
you ever heard Carl?
Dude, it's black voice.
No, it isn't. He's literally
Instead of black face. Black
no.
voice.
He's not doing a stereotypical black voice at all.
He's playing a black character.
And you
in
have
a
to
cartoon.
understand, in the early days of The Simpsons, they didn't even like they were still switching character designs around, and they didn't even know what race the characters would be. For instance, Smithers was black on and off throughout the first season.
What do you mean on and off? They just colored him differently.
Like episode to episode.
That's awesome.
He would switch back and forth because they had not quite decided, and there was
I mean, I guess they're yellow, right? So
yeah, they're yellow, and Smithers is yellow now, like permanently. But in the first season, he's kind of all over the place because it doesn't matter. They didn't care. They were just voicing the character based off their personality, and so Carl's the same way. They're just like, oh, this is one of Homer's dumb coworkers, and you'll voice him.
It's the coworker stereotype where you always got those two coworkers at work you can talk to about any kind of dumb thing in the world.
Yeah, and so Lenny and Carl, they just have
That's the
very
point.
very simple
It's-
voices.
You know, again, it's like an exaggeration of everyday America. Is everybody's got that coworker that they just can talk to, or get into really dumb shenanigans with. And you relate, and that was the whole point. And now they're like, oh no, it's racist. No,
It's a
no, no.
racist-
It's
Lenny
just so
can't.
stupid. There's
Carl
nothing.
can't talk to Lenny.
There's nothing remotely racist about Carl at all. Nothing. It's just he's just a guy. Like Cleveland. Well, I think the Cleveland thing is dumb too. But at least that I can kind of get because they play into black stereotypes with him all the time. One of my favorite bits, and maybe I'll get canceled for this, but it would be hilarious if it was just what I'm about to say and not anything else I've said. But one of my favorite bits is Cleveland sitting in the back of church, and he's not paying attention. All he can think of is what he's gonna have for lunch later, like after the service is over.
Alright,
And
don't
he's
go in
just
there.
he's just sitting in the back like, oh, butter biscuits.
Where
butter biscuits.
It's so good.
That's awesome.
Um, and like, even though it's supposed to be like a black stereotype, it's relatable. It's funny. As Homer would say,
Butter
it's funny
biscuits.
because it's true.
Yeah.
Where did all these missions pop up? I know.
More butter biscuits.
So Cleveland, I understand a little bit, but I still think it's stupid.
Yeah. I mean, especially in a comedy cartoon. Like, come on.
Right, because like Cleveland has a really unique voice that pretty much defined his character and completely changed the way that they would write him. And then he became so popular based off of that voice and personality that this actor had created that he got his own spin-off show. And
Really?
yeah, Cleveland's had his own show for a long time. And the actor absolutely...
Canceled, though.
Hmm?
It was canceled, though.
Well, no surprise there. They replaced Cleveland. But the actor absolutely deserves to just revel in that and enjoy the fruits of his labors.
He chose to quit. Like a little gay boy.
Yeah, he was a little bitch boy about it. That's lame.
So lame. So gay and lame. Yeah, I think if you're actor, voice actor, or whatever, that you should be able to portray pretty much anything in media. Like, that's kind of the whole point of acting, is pretending to be something that you're not to
Right,
entertain
it's acting.
somebody. So
And it's actually, the rule is more racist because you're essentially saying that race goes beyond the color of your skin. That's all you're saying, which is horrible. Absolutely horrible way to think. Absolutely detestable. So the whole thing is stupid.
what the hell? Where is this place?
Like, I know the guy plays other
Least-
characters on Family Guy, and he's got job security, but still, I think he deserves to enjoy getting paid up the wazoo to play the character and enjoy the legacy over something that he's created that people love. Like, come on, it's just not fair.
Ooh.
And for what?
Yep.
So you can be racist to morally posture people? Great. All right. No consideration at all for
Oh man.
the guy who
Okay.
created Cleveland.
The Cleveland Show. The Cleveland Show.
Like, sure, half his character was grape soda jokes, but come on. People liked it. I don't know. I don't know what to say when something works.
Watermelon and grape juice. Or grape
The
Kool-Aid.
audience tells you what they want, you know?
Dude, watermelon's pretty good, man.
It's you know. Like I said, it may be a stereotype, but it sure is relatable.
Yeah. Transcends. Fried chicken is the best. It's also very unhealthy.
Oh, dude, you know what my favorite slur is?
Please tell me.
It's basketball people.
Yeah.
I see that one. I've been seeing that one
Yeah.
like pick up speed on Twitter.
Yeah. Dude.
And I see black people use it the most, so I think it's okay for me to laugh at. But
I remember-
basketball people is one of the funniest ones.
I remember hearing that.
'Cause
Because
it's-
it's like so
it's-
subtle, but it's so accurate.
Right. It's so specific.
It's people won't get it at first. They'll be like, "What? What are you talking about?"
It'd be like referring to Canadians as those hockey people.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get it for a second, but then you'd be like, ah,
I see what
they
you did
are. They're
there.
the hockey people.
True.
So yeah, it is funny.
Yeah. Did you see that the Super Bowl thing where they were singing the Black Anthem or whatever?
Oh man, yeah, that was one of the things I didn't have time to put down. But yes,
That is crazy.
we
I
have
want to
a
look at the
Black
lyrics of that.
national anthem.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Oh, you know what? I will get them and I will read them off for us. How about that?
Yeah, get the lyrics. Pull it up.
I didn't know about this.
They're trying to kill me. Yeah, they sing a black national anthem, and everyone was
Well, that's not dividing.
everyone
at
was
all.
everyone
No, definitely not.
was really mad on the internet because nobody stood for it. And I mean that literally, like nobody stood up
Yeah, screw that.
It was very funny. Here, let me.
It's
let me
just
get this
insane to
right.
me. Like
It's so
they have
bad.
they've gotten so much money because America loves football, right? American football is patriotic, and everyone gets together, and you sing the
Is it
national anthem, and
patriotic?
you go.
I don't
Yeah,
care
it's
about
been
football.
well for people who do. It is a patriotic sport,
I
yeah,
guess.
right? It's like American, what is it, football and apple pie type of thing. Like that's Americana, culturally speaking. Like you don't have to be into it to recognize that that's just how it is.
So
Yeah.
according to Google, this is the 4th Super Bowl in a row that it's been sung.
Nah, no way. Really?
That's what it says. I don't know. I cannot confirm. That's true.
That is insane.
Oh, it is a poem.
I saw this black chick singing it. I don't know.
It
Can you sing
is
poems?
a poem written by James Weldon Johnson in 1900, and then his brother later put it to lyrics,
Oh, okay.
and they would
This
sing
song.
it in segregated schools. That's interesting.
Okay.
So I guess it has a little bit of clout. A little bit.
Got some history,
Yeah.
some lore.
Yeah, right. Some lore. I like that. Okay, so lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. High as the listening skies, let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing us a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod. Felt in the days when hope unborn had died, yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We have come over a way that with tears has been watered. We have come, treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered, out from the gloomy past, till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, those who has brought us thus far on the way, thou who has by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path, we pray, lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee. Our hearts drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God, true to our native land. Okay, that was rather nice. So basically,
I mean,
they've
yeah.
appropriated a gospel hymn as the Black national anthem.
Yeah. It's not the worst. I was expecting usual black
Well, I was expecting like
literacy.
woke nonsense, like this was something that had been recently written. But it's
Yeah.
clear that this is like just a hymn that some Christian guy wrote. So it's nice, but it's stupid as a national anthem because we've already got one that every race
Yeah.
is under.
Right. So they labeled it as a black national anthem, right?
Yes.
Or did they just okay. Did they replace the actual national anthem with that?
I doubt it. I think I would have heard that if it was like
Okay, so
as
they
a
played it
replacement.
alongside it.
So yeah, they probably did both.
Well, I mean I like the emphasis on God. Like that's kind of good.
Right.
But yeah,
Well,
it
it
is
was
kind of
1900s, so that would be typical.
Well, I don't.
yeah.
Well, that's the funny thing about this. I don't think they stand for like half the things that they yeah. First of all, I don't think they stand for half the things in the poem, and second of all, a lot of the things are universal. Like it's not
Yeah,
just
true.
black people that can relate to a dark past. I mean, think
Lots
about
of
the
other
timing. How many peoples
ethnicities.
like came from war, and I mean, we don't even know the poets or the hymn
Oops.
writers' intentions. He could even just be talking about spiritual war. and the past of not having Jesus. Like it kind of seems like they just picked
This is
a
for black
poem by
people.
yeah, they just picked some poem or hymn, I guess technically since his brother put music to it. Yeah, pick some hymn that just happened to be written by a white guy because it talks about faith and trusting in the Lord for victory. It kind of seems like it does not coincide with their movement at all or any of their ideals, really.
No, yeah. Definitely contradicting the BLM.
So that's why I said appropriated. 'Cause
They're like, this might be better for people. They won't hate on us as much.
right.
It is so weird, though.
It's a pretty
Like,
weird thing to do. So
Black
I mean,
anthem.
So I mean, I like it, but I don't. But as a black national anthem, that's stupid.
Yeah. I think if they labeled it correctly, then I would be okay with it. Like, this is a prayer poem.
Right. You want to sing
Whatever.
a hymn at the Super
Yeah.
Bowl? Be my guest. Like, hey,
This is a
more power
hymn.
to you.
A hymn and then the national anthem. And then football. I think that would be good.
Yeah, that's
So.
fine. But
But yeah, I was expecting just like really crap because a lot of the
it's just more racist to segregate national anthem. That's what I hate about all this racial stuff is they're just bringing back segregation in every way. And I don't know why they want that. Like, this isn't about equality. It's about some kind of, like, screwed up revenge from people who never experienced segregation, inflicted on people who never caused it.
yeah.
And so it's like the most unfair societal revenge ever. It just, oh, man, it's so annoying. Like, we had tons and tons of black characters in the media for decades and decades and decades. For longer than movies have not been around. Or, oh my goodness, I'm getting up in my words. Like, there have been black people prominently in movies for longer in time than there is not.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, 2015, like, they've always been prominent in movies. Huge list of amazing black actors I could name, especially from, like, between the 70s and 90s. And then suddenly in 2015, we just decided, oh, there's not enough. Like, wait, what? There's not enough and everyone's racist and everything's terrible.
Like, I thought we were healing here.
And even though there were absolutely no problems, suddenly it's a problem. And now we talk about racism more than ever, and everybody is infinitely more racist than they were when they started saying that there was a problem. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
You gotta have a problem.
I hate it so much because there was no problem. We never talked about race. It just never came up. It wasn't a big deal. We had that, and they ruined it.
Soil it.
You just had to play the victim. You just had to be a little socialist, Marxist. I can't think of anything that's not swearing. Sorry.
You knew.
You're like a
Oh,
no, not that. But like you socialist Marxist twit who doesn't want to have to do anything with your life. You just had to play the victim card and ruin everything. And now you're the racist that you accuse everyone else of being. And then people listen to you. People give you the time of day. That's why it annoys me the most, I think. Because these people have always been around. We've always been working towards this stuff for a long, long time. Longer than anyone realizes. But it's that we're actually listening to them now. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Actually pretending like it's valid. That's the problem.
I want to be Burger King
So
guy
oh, no.
so
Oh,
badly.
No, no. No, no, no. Ladies and gentlemen, since you do not know Micah, know that he is sarcastic.
I
And
have very
deeply
nuanced
so.
opinions upon things.
Very nuanced.
Yes.
You may not pick up on
Very
it right
cursed sense of
away.
humor. I love it. It's great. I'm stuck. What the heck? There you go.
So, speaking of black women, here's a black woman who really knows how to do her job. She is great. I probably shouldn't have spoiled my opinion right out of the bag, but
She's
I just
fabulous.
can't help it. She's great. So, Nina Denson, she is the principal of Washington Elementary School in San Gabriel, California. That was
Gabriel.
her first mistake, was being part of a school in California. That was never going to end well if you're even remotely based. So she has been suspended. She is on indefinite leave
hey, where are you going?
by vote
Indefinite.
from the school board. Indefinite. So she's
What
suspended at the
the heck?
moment for saying, "Boom, you're dead," and pointing fingers at children during an active shooter drill.
Right. What?
Because Denson was taking this seriously. She was walking around the building pretending to shoot anyone who wasn't following the drill properly or who wasn't taking it
Yeah.
seriously.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
if
that's just
anyone wa-
acting right there.
I mean, that helps. The drill helps put it into perspective. If some kids
Yeah.
are not getting, or screwing around, not getting the gravity of the situation, I mean,
You're dead.
like
You're dead, son.
totally fair to put it in perspective and just go, all right, you're dead. How about that?
You've died.
Think about that. Think about your immortal existence, you little shit. Like, boom.
I'm trying to run these drills to drill it into your head.
So
What you need to do.
once they had escaped and they were outside, she then announced to all of them at the end that 7 of them had died. She was counting. And
Like, I got
part of the
7 this
problem
time.
was even that part of the problem was that teachers snitched on her. Because
Why would you snitch? That's like the drill.
because
understand.
because some of the teachers were criticized for their response time and also not taking the drill seriously, and they didn't like
Oh,
that.
she shot them.
Because
The teachers.
some of the victims were teachers, which is absolutely deserved. That's how I would treat my staff.
Yeah.
One 6-year-old quipped to a journalist, "I'm just glad none of my friends died."
Dude,
Which
this
is
sounds like
very,
a
very funny.
Babylon Bee story or something.
I know,
don't
right?
know.
It's such a child thing to
Insane.
say. It's just like him. But yeah, the parents were full on belly aching, were being little, just so mind-numbingly dumb. Like, oh, this could traumatize a child. That could really hurt them. No, they should have some sense of reality. This is
A
a
bullet
drill.
could traumatize a child a lot more.
This is a drill. This is so that they survive in that situation.
Yeah.
Do you want your kids to be these protected little snowflakes who read gay books? Or do you want them to survive a shooter situation? Which
Hard
do you want,
choice.
idiot? Well,
Right,
personally, I would want Nina Denson pointing her fingers at my kids and going, boom, you're dead.
You have died.
In
Man.
fact, I think that should be a thing from now on. There should always be a person in an active shooter drill pretending to be the shooter. Like, just give just like a teacher with a Nerf gun. Just let him
Yeah.
go hog wild.
I mean, that'd be pretty fun.
And then you can improve from there. The kids could go, oh wow, I would have died in that situation. I need to do better and really know my stuff, because that's the
Yeah, I
point.
need to hide in a different spot.
That's the point of the drill, is being prepared and knowing how to deal with this kind of situation. And if you're gonna be a snowflake about it, then that's not gonna help. They're gonna die.
Duplicate die.
So yeah, I hope she doesn't really get fired or anything, or face too many consequences, because I don't see any problems.
She's doing her job very well.
Yep. She clearly wasn't, thinking about what stupid people would say. She was, thinking about the kids. Because, I mean, that's one of the things a good principal or a good teacher should know how to do is wrangling kids, and obviously she knew how to do it, and help them to actually learn something from this drill.
Yeah. I think
Where's the mistake?
the school system and general society are very sensitive nowadays, like super sensitive
That's stupid.
to like the wrong things.
You can't talk about religion. You can't talk about certain historical events.
You can talk
You
about
can't be
degenerate
real.
sex
You
stuff.
can't be realistic or about drills. You can't be harsh on students. But you can very graphically talk about gay sex. That's all right. That's fine. It's fine.
And you can teach people communism and socialism.
Yeah, who cares about actual education?
Karl Marx.
Just as long as it's got
No.
some propaganda
I
in there.
don't think he did either.
Most edifying works.
Well, I don't know how that.
Oh
happened.
yeah, what a useful person. Such a benefit to society, old Carl. You
Yeah.
know.
Carl,
And
who
he's-
refused to bathe and had giant boils on his butt so he couldn't sit down.
And he leached his family for all they were worth and
Yep.
was not grateful at all. Didn't do any work.
Yep. Just a dirty layabout leech.
Complete drain on society like every other socialist.
All right.
So, pretty accurate. Oh, that
All right.
experience, yes.
So we we have a little bit of an update here because this was a bill that was presented a while ago. I don't even know how long ago. I just remember that we did report on it. But Idaho has now approved the bill. It is now law that allows capital punishment for convicted pedophiles. Just like Florida. Unfathomably based. Perfect. Brilliant.
This is epic.
Because if you look at the statistics, it is working out brilliantly for Florida. Because guess what? People don't want to die. So when you have threat of death, they are just significantly less likely to do that thing. How about that?
Jaeden, that's barbaric, okay? You don't want a bloodthirsty society.
I don't care. Maybe I am a little bloodthirsty. When it comes to people who commit unforgivable crimes, you know what? I am bloodthirsty.
Tommy's not here to defend himself.
I would like to kill those people.
Yeah. See?
I think I've said it on a stream before. I would do it myself if I was legally allowed to.
I have to head out.
You. Dang.
I have no problems.
It is late.
Yeah,
Very
no
late.
problems with killing him.
I will see you all. I hope you guys have a fun rest of the night.
I hope we do too.
I'm gonna come.
Night, Jensen.
Yeah, no, I will have no remorse. None.
So good night, all.
I'm gonna come. Obama.
I will send you to Jesus with no hesitation. I will do it.
To Jesus, I will whip you. The whip.
Like those
No.
seven guys in Sicily. I wouldn't castrate them. I wouldn't do a bit of ball torture. No. I just lop their heads off. Simple, easy.
Suppose.
And I don't know if
But-
I'd do it in public, but I might be convinced.
I feel like it would be pretty gruesome and kind of send a better message, though.
It's
And
true.
it'd be really funny.
I mean, I get what Tommy's saying, but at the same time, like, we still have, like we don't have, like, lynch mobs, right? We still have a jury system.
Yeah, we
So
have
it's
rule of
not
law.
like this grand majority of bloodthirsty people are really going to be, you know,
Yeah.
like they would still be really annoying on the internet, and you know, especially the canceled people. They would be so the absolute bloodthirsties. They'd just be calling for everyone to die.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it would have no real effect on the system.
Yeah, we don't have mob rule. We have like an actual justice system that's backed by like individual rights in the Constitution and
Right.
stuff. So
So I get
It's
what
not like
Tommy's saying.
we're in the Middle Ages.
And I think it would happen to a certain extent, but I'm not sure that there would be really any long-term or legal repercussions to that,
yeah.
because there's just no effect that they can have other than being really loud and annoying, right?
Yeah.
So I
Pretty much.
kind of understand both of you in that respect. Either way, I'm still all for capital punishment. I have no
Oh, yeah.
problem. I got no problem with it. Some people are just too
Weak. A bit weak.
No, some
You can't kill the poor rapist, murderer, pedophile.
like some people are just too far gone to ever reintegrate in society, And at that point, they're just going to be a burden on all the people who have to care for them, and they're going to be burden on the taxpayers who have to pay for that care. It's just like,
Yeah.
why? Just why?
Got enough burdens.
You know, like England is constantly sending sex offenders back out into the wild. What's the point? Just
It wouldn't
just
destroy their
they
country.
can't be any good to anyone. They can't provide anything. They can't improve the lives of others. They just take them out. And so it's sort of like it's how do I want to say this? It's like double beneficial. 'Cause not only are they just a big useless strain on people who have to deal with them, but also you can benefit from making an example of them and keep people from doing such ridiculous and horrible things.
Yeah, deterrent.
So it's
Big-
really a win-win in my
Big
book.
deterrent. It's a 2-for-1 special, baby.
Exactly.
Mm. How much more? How many more segments do we have?
How much do we have?
I gotta wake up early tomorrow.
You should have said that a long time ago, buddy. We got 8 more topics.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'll go until 11.
It was another
If you want.
heavy news week. There was even a bunch of stuff I left out that we still brought up because that's what you do. So, you know, it's just how it be. I don't even know where our time's at.
True.
What's our time? Let's see. Almost 3 hours. Okay. I could do that. I can make this work.
You can shove
Let
8
me-
topics.
Let me get. Yeah, I could shove 8 topics into an
Oh my
hour or
gosh.
whatever. I could do it.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. What are you, weak?
I gotta wake up early, man.
What time?
I'm terrible at waking up early. I gotta wake up at like 8.
Oh! Come on, man.
Bruh.
I wake up at 8, and I still stay up till like 12 or 1, usually.
Oh my goodness.
Well, because, like, I get the full 8 hours if I'm really prompt, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm terrible at falling asleep, so I usually, like, I try not to go to bed at 1. I try to get there earlier, but
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
usually I
If I-
can get it right.
If I get him to my bed at like 11, then I probably won't. I probably will go to bed.
Well, it's not going to take me 2 hours to fall asleep, so 12's fine. That's more than reasonable.
I gotta get my 8 hours, man.
Well,
can't
well,
function.
do the math. You're still going to get your 8 hours.
What? What do you mean? If I stream until 1 o'clock,
Yeah, if you fell asleep immediately, like the second it was over.
that would be 7 hours. That wouldn't be 8. It's impossible.
You can do it. I'm just saying 11 is ridiculous. Come on. You're a
No,
little
I-
past 11.
No. It's important, brother.
Micah, it's for the kids.
Just squeeze 8 topics into 20 minutes. You got this.
All right. But it is for the kids.
For the
Just
kids.
ignoring this. Okay, so the Hawaiian Supreme Court rules against a man named Christopher Wilson, who was carrying a pistol in his waistband when a group of men were on his property at night. So this was just something the police saw, he was just open carrying on his property. No problem here.
Wait, there was people in his property?
Yeah, people on
property?
his property. So he called the police, and he didn't do anything. Nothing happened. They got scared off. And he talked to the police. They noticed he was open carrying a firearm. No problem. This is America, right? But
Mhm.
they insisted to see the details of this gun because these police officers were jerks. Turns out the weapon was unregistered, which is also not actually illegal. But because he refused to say where he got it or how he got it, they decided they were going to take him in, even though there were no crimes being committed here. And he obviously knew that since he was being so brazen. He must have known. And this happened all the way back in 2017. And so it reached the courts. They decided there's no problem with this, obviously. Can't prosecute him for anything. But now, for some damn arbitrary reason, the Hawaiian courts have decided that they're going to look back into this case from 2017 about this guy who had a gun.
Right.
And they have dismissed his appeal. He made an appeal, rightfully so, to his right to bear arms. They dismissed his right to bear arms. And the Hawaiian Supreme Court, in a 53-page ruling, they said...
53. Holy...
Here's a quote, a small quote from this ruling. It says, "As the world turns, it makes no sense for contemporary society to pledge allegiance to the founding era's culture, realities, laws, and understanding of the Constitution."
What?
Unbelievable.
So the
Unbelievable.
courts are like, Constitution?
Yeah, no. Constitution? Nah. We don't need that. The law? That's not what we do here. What are you talking about? We're only the court. The Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's the court's job, is to interpret
Literally
law
your jobs,
in the
guys.
Constitution.
Literally your jobs. And then, just to put a nice layer of stupidity on their stupidity, they quoted an HBO show called The Wire in this court ruling. They literally did this. And the quote is, "The thing about the old days, the old
gosh.
days." That's in an official Supreme Court document. The thing about the old days, the old days.
Wow. They do be old.
Wow. Unbelievable.
It's not like we learn from history or, take that into practice for future rulings like every single time.
No. History does not repeat itself. There are not moral constants in this world. No. Forget that.
No.
There's no consistency. What? America isn't relatively young in the grand scheme of things. Not at all. No. They also cite something that I didn't know it exists, and, well, it probably shouldn't because it makes no sense. But they also cite something called a Hawaiian law from 1986 called the Spirit Law, which mandates that state officials treat the public with, quote, the aloha spirit.
The magic aloha spirit.
The magic aloha spirit, which cannot be specifically defined and should therefore not be in a law. Like, what in the hell were you thinking, you hippies? I understand trying to preserve your your culture and all that. It's very nice. Hawaiian culture is interesting, but what in the world? You don't try to make it law with abstract ideas like the aloha spirit.
That's
And I suppose if this is the way that state officials are acting, the aloha spirit, by their definition, must not include basic human rights and freedoms awarded by the Constitution. And if it's a contradiction of the Constitution, then it definitely should never have been law. Like, they really are stabbing themselves in the back consistently here. And it is embarrassing to say such things.
yeah.
Like, really?
Hawaii is just.
You
I don't even know anymore.
you don't pledge allegiance to the U.S., to their laws and constitutions they're in?
They're their
Get
own country
nuked,
now.
idiot. Like, what do you expect to come from this? You think you're above all of the things that America has always stood for? And, oh, you're just not going to face consequences for that. How stupid are you? Like,
Crazy.
I just...
So he's. So is he getting like jail time or what's happening there?
He is still in the process of being charged, but that's probably what's going to happen, considering the Supreme Court has seen it fit to get involved with this minute little case. I don't understand why this is a thing at all. I don't get it at all. I just... I mean, I don't... Why would anyone live in Hawaii? I get that it's very beautiful. I would love to visit personally. And I've known people who've lived there and have a good time. I know some people who still live there. But honestly, considering the cost of living and the lack of freedoms you get, it's not a great combination. You know, like, you can get that combination in several other countries that are less beautiful, sure. But I still wouldn't take it either way. You know, if Cuba became like this little tourist trap paradise where everyone was nice, it still wouldn't convince me to live there. I'm not stupid. I hope not. I don't think so, since I don't live in Cuba, or I would never choose to live in Cuba. It just doesn't.
Gay.
Yeah, exactly. Why would I choose to live there? Absurd. It's the same thing with Hawaii. Sure, it's beautiful, but between the cost of living and the governmental oppression, it's not worth it.
Isn't Cuba still like a social, or is it like dictatorship or some crap? I don't
Yeah.
know. It's like not
Yes.
good.
Very, very much is. Anyway, so that's incredibly stupid, and I hope the federal government gets involved and pokes a finger at them and tells them to stop being stupid, and they cannot strip this man of his constitutional rights just because of the aloha spirit and the old days being the old days. But here's some good court stuff. Some good American court decisions. The House has voted to remove Ilhan Omar from office.
What?
Oh, beautiful, isn't it? That's
my.
justice. That's some swift justice. I really like that. For those of you who weren't listening earlier or didn't see the last episode, she's the one who was saying that basically that oh, you know what? I can actually go in my notes and quote her. Hold on. How was this? I thought it was last week. Am I wrong? It was not last week. It must have been the week before.
Before.
Oh, yes. She said the U.S. government will do what we want. Nothing else. They must follow our orders. That is how we safeguard the interest of Somalia.
Oh.
So a real treasonous person. Not a clearly not a representative. Clearly failing to be a representative of any American state. I mean, wow. And of course, the media is painting this as revenge by the GOP. Revenge for what? I don't know. They don't know. They never say. They just say, oh, unjust. They targeted her because she's Muslim, and there already aren't enough Muslims and Somalians. But I don't care. I think this was personally justified. And it's also proven incorrect because they weren't exactly split about this. Plenty of Democrats voted for her removal, too. Apparently, they...
Really?
Not because they care that much about America, because many of them interpreted some of her comments, and I guess there were some other comments that I don't know about because I was confused by this, but they interpreted some of her comments by... sorry, I messed myself up. They interpreted her comments as being anti-Semitic, possibly.
Oh my gosh.
And that got a bunch of Democrats on the side. They don't give two craps about America as a whole and loyalty to the country, but personal attacks, that'll do it. That'll do it.
That is insane.
Yeah.
I don't care about our government. I do care about anti-Semitism.
Right. It's just, man, whatever gets them to do the right thing. Oh my gosh. Whatever floats your boat. Man. So anyway.
That is crazy.
I don't have much to say about this next one. But the article's down below if you don't believe me. But the Wall Street Journal is saying you should skip breakfast. It's basically saying, hey, are you poor? Are you suffering inflation and need to save money? Are you one of those people who go on Twitter and complain about the price of eggs? Well, just skip breakfast. Just don't eat.
Skip food. Yeah.
Are you suffering? Oh, hey, why don't you suffer some more and just starve? You can actively choose to starve. Why don't you? Come on. Come on, do it.
Come on, do it.
Just do it. Stop complaining about Biden and the economy. No. We won the pandemic economically. We totally won the pandemic economically. So just starve. Just go ahead. Don't eat breakfast. Starve. Cut out a meal.
I don't understand these people.
You're supposed to have an average of 2,000 calories a day if you're a man, and only slightly less than that if you're a woman, which is really hard to fit into 2 meals. But who cares? Who cares? Who cares about being healthy, just starve a little if you're poor. Stop complaining at the government and corporations and all that. Just starve. Remember when being a rebel meant sticking it to the man? And now we've got all these social justice warriors on the internet constantly sticking up for big corporations. Stop bullying the big corporations and their stupid
They
decisions.
need our money.
They're, we hate capitalism, but somehow these people aren't their oppressors because they said they changed their picture to gay on Pride Month, so they're behind us. They're one of us.
None of these people hold like consistent convictions on anything. Like they're just
Right.
the worst.
Some friggin' New York journalist is like, sitting in Wall Street Journal, like, don't come after the government or corporations. They control every aspect of your lives, and as an American citizen, you should always deserve better than whatever it is that you're getting, even if what you're getting is good. Just always, things can always improve and be better. But no, just leave them alone. Just suffer. Why aren't you suffering? I'm gonna gaslight you. Why aren't you doing it for the good of everyone? Come on, do it. Do it. Go ahead.
So...
I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna steal Kurt's yogurt from the fridge, the work fridge,
Yeah.
and hopefully I won't get caught. But you go ahead and skip breakfast. You do it.
Why don't you actually provide some like constructive, like thoughtful ideas on how to, get food or get money or something? So just giving up.
Yeah, no advice about being savvy about getting a job. No advice about farming. Nothing about how to write to your state person, this or that political thing. No, it's just gaslighting you into starving. Like, journalists are unbelievable. They are a whole nother breed of terrible people.
I do not live in the real world.
I hate it so much. Everybody's struggling so hard. Like the housing market tripled. And then journalists are like, there's so many incels living with their parents. There's so many people living with their parents these days. And it's like, the housing market tripled. What the hell are we supposed to do? Not everybody has 4 to 5 friends that they can stand sharing an apartment with. Nobody has 4 to 5 friends that aren't that reliable. Half the people they know, as an adult, unless you're like a sad cat lady, as an adult, like half the people you know are like married. Like it's really hard to get like a group of people together.
Yeah.
But they're like, no, these frickin' Gen whatevers, they're just lazy. They're so lazy and they don't want to work. No one will hire them because, they can't really afford to, and automation is spreading as we spiral into our dystopian future. But they're lazy. That's what it is. They're just lazy. It's terrible.
Oh yeah.
No motivation.
What's going on?
We only want to pay them, $9 an hour when they've got like $3,000 in rent for their 1-bedroom apartment and $80 for their car insurance and $40 for their health,
Too much.
$20 for their
So much money.
phone data or more. $20 would be like the cheapest possible version. But they're just like, that's it. They should not eat breakfast. Don't eat
Wither
don't
and
eat
die.
Don't complain about the economy. Don't complain about how, if you look at the graphs, the cost of living skyrockets as the cost of as the average wage has not increased since the 70s, except for the slightest of upticks during 2016.
Worry about any of that.
Like the only reason minimum wage is where it is because of Donald Trump. Oh, it would be much worse. Oh, it'd be so much worse if we had gotten Hillary. Oh boy,
Oh yeah.
we
Oh my
would be at
gosh.
our second Great Depression stage right now. Things are bad, but whew, we're kind of lucky.
We would be.
But you should starve.
Yeah.
Don't complain
Yes,
about how
exactly.
easy we had it. You could get a job in the 70s. You get hired on the spot as soon as they
Yeah,
could see
pretty
that you
much.
could dress and string words together. You could get almost any job you wanted, have a car in a couple months and a house in a year or less. But no. What are you doing complaining living with your parents? Skip breakfast. It's so simple. Why didn't I think of it? Anyway, I suppose that's enough belly aching. All the journalists are pissing me off today.
Yeah. I tend to do that.
So now on to some fun news. Let's do a little fun news. If I could stop losing my mind. They released... This is way more up my alley. They released the cast of Fantastic Four today. Well, the main cast of Fantastic Four.
Oh,
And I will
really?
read them off for you. This is lovely. So first of all, we have Pedro Pascal as Mr. Fantastic. He is a good actor. I'm going to just admit that right off the bat. He's a good actor. He's an idiot who went out of his way to call half the country racist on his social media one time. So, there's that. But he is a good actor, so I'm credit where credit's due. I've never seen him in a movie and cringed. That being said, I'm just seeing his face way too often, and he's just not right for this role. I'm sorry, but he's, Pedro Pascal. He's good at he's good at those like stoic fatherly roles. That's why he's the Mandalorian. That's why he's Joel in The Last of Us, because that's where he thrives. I just cannot see him as, and I hope I'm wrong. Genuinely, I hope I'm wrong. I cannot see him as this terribly nerdy Reed Richards, who in the comics is just wordy to such a ridiculous and exaggerated extent. Like, he'll be saying the simplest things, and they'll put like a million words in his speech bubble, and it's a little goofy. But I mean, that's essentially the character. That's what the character is made of. So I mean, he might do well. I guess we'll see. But I would have expected someone a little, like a skinnier build. more of a nerdy
Yeah.
guy. Someone who I know can spit out a lot of jargon and make it sound good. Because Pedro Pascal is more of like a man of few words type character. And this is like the exact opposite. And you could see
Yeah, it's
this
kinda
on
weird.
like shows like Star Trek. You could tell when someone's not fit for a character because there are people who can spew jargon really well and make it sound impactful. And they can, sort of hit those melodrama notes. It's like that's something that's hard to do on Star Trek is to hold on to that tension and keep it from being too melodramatic while saying something that a human being would never say because it is so scientific and convoluted and absurd. And they're, you see on Star Trek all the time. There's people who can do that. There's people who just can't. And I don't know. Pascal does just not hit me as one of those people.
Yeah, definitely.
I could be wrong, but anyway. And then we've got Vanessa Kirby as Sue Storm. She's a good actress. She was in the most recent Mission Impossible. She did very well. It's hard to picture her as the character because she plays almost exclusively villains. Like she's sort of the evil British woman stereotype. Like I think the only time I've seen her play one of the heroes, or I shouldn't say hero, but like a protagonist, was in that weird Fast and Furious offshoot Hobbs and Shaw. And even there, she was still playing like sort of the rogue that slinks around in outfits and can't be trusted. Still doing that sort of super spy bit. So it's hard to imagine, but I mean, she is a good actress and she is blonde and she's attractive, so it's like whatever. As long as the movie isn't secretly all about her, as Marvel would love to do.
I'm with it.
Then we got Joseph Quinn as the Human Torch. This is an interesting choice because he's super what's the word? My brain is not working right now. It hurts. He's super inexperienced. He has not done very much. He sort of shot up in popularity a little bit because he was in the last season of Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
And he did very well. In that, I thought he was one of the more bearable actors. I suppose he's cheap. So that would be like a positive.
True. Save some money.
To cast him as Human Torch. I think this is the cast member that I'm the most positive with, despite his inexperience. I think he's a good fit for it. Like just personality wise, I think I can picture it in my head, him playing the character. I think that works. So I'm fine with this. And then first we've got, and I'm going to mess up this name, Eben Moss Bach Rack?
What?
Moss
the
back
heck?
rack? Batch?
Moss back rack.
Batch ratch? Backstrat? Scratch? Back scratch?
Wait.
Anyway, I've never seen him in anything before. I know nothing about him. He's just a guy. I looked up like an interview of him, and it didn't help me picture it at all. Plus, he's probably going to be covered in a ton of makeup or CG, hopefully makeup, so it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
like as long as he's got like a good voice. I guess that's kind of the key to that character. So I don't know. Maybe that's a good idea. Sure.
Perhaps.
I don't care. But the thing that shocked me the most is that this cast is all white. I couldn't believe it.
Whoa.
Like to hit Disney's
Really?
diversity rules, they're gonna have to have so many side characters who are like every side character is gonna be
To me,
diverse. It's gonna be insane.
Cripple, racially ambiguous.
Cripple, racially ambiguous, gender ambiguous. Just some
Bunch of aliens.
just some mixed race androgynous cripple. I mean, of course we don't know who's playing the villain.
Oh.
Like if they cast a black
maybe
guy
that's
as
the perfect villain right there. Just
like if they cast a black guy as Doctor Doom, I wouldn't be surprised.
he's behind a metal mask.
He's supposed to
You
be
never know.
Romanian, but since he is essentially just a voice, I guess I would accept the right person. As long as they do the accent. I am pissed off that every Doctor Doom has been American. I want him to be very Romanian. That would just add that extra sizzle, that extra touch. But yeah, I
touch.
can't believe they didn't race swap the Fantastic Four. I'm trying not to be too positive because, you know, it's Disney and Marvel, but I am elated that, you know, they'll probably all look pretty good. You know, like even Pedro Pascal's got like gray hairs in the right places. Like they're all gonna look good as the characters, and that's a big plus. I think that right off the bat. And the director could go 50-50. It's directed by Matt Shakman, and he did WandaVision, which was quite an entertaining show. It was the only reason that people were talking about Disney Plus, because everything kind of fell off after that. Except the ending was pretty bad. Like it was good right up until the last episode. Like, so, you know, and maybe that's just, you know, Disney interference. I don't know how much of a hand he had played in that. So it's really 50-50 with this guy. He could absolutely kill this, or he could absolutely just kill this completely.
Butcher it.
So I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, it's like it's good news, but I feel like a dog who's been beat by a previous owner. I feel like I can't be happy about my new situation.
Yeah.
Like
There's no anticipation for joy.
Right. One of the weirdest things I've noticed about this is it appears to be a period piece. So the way that they announced this was in the form of like a Valentine's Day card. And so you see them, so you see like each of them as the character. It's not like a photo. It's like a drawing of the actors as the characters, which doesn't tell us a lot. But the whole thing was just like super 1960s, like 50s, 60s style. And even like the lettering for the title, The Fantastic Four, is super period. And I mean I would understand if they did that, because they have to explain. They wouldn't have to explain where the Fantastic Four have been. You know? Like, it would make more sense if by the time Endgame comes around, they're all old people, and they just, you know, weren't a part of things. Like, I would hope that this would be part of like a reboot of the MCU, because they should reboot the MCU and have Iron Man and Captain America and Thor and everyone else played by different people, eventually down the road. That's really what they should do. But if they're trying to hold on to the MCU for some damn reason, then this would make the most sense, would be to make it a period piece. I just hope it's not for the wrong reasons, because I actually have said, I will confess, I don't know if you remember, but we've talked about Fantastic Four before on this podcast, and I did say that if I directed it myself, I would make it a goofy period piece. I did say that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I
comic
cannot be upset with the aesthetics that we're seeing. I
shenanigans.
I just hope that they really do lean into it, and it's for the right reasons, and it really is to respect the era that the comics were written in. Because I would do it so that I could hold on to like all the characters' dated lingo, all of their, proclivities and the technologies, and just keep the whole look of the thing. Keep the aesthetic. That's why I would do it. So I would hope that would be the point. But, yet again, it's Disney Marvel. I feel like I can't be happy about this. Like, I think if I had heard of this back when Endgame came out, before everything blew up, I think I would still have trepidation about Pedro Pascal playing Reed Richards. But I think I would be stoked. I think I would be. I'm going to admit it. This is good news. But I feel nothing.
Feel nothing. No joy.
I feel nothing.
No happiness.
Nothing at all. So there. That's.
Dang.
Oh yeah, you saw the Deadpool 3 trailer, didn't you?
No.
Oh, I'm surprised. It's like the most watched trailer of all time.
Was it good?
It was like a minute long, so hard to have an opinion. I was about 50-50
Was
on it.
Promising?
Promising. Yeah, I think that's a good description. Promising. Because Deadpool seems to be on his game. Like, he's still cursing. He's still, like, tearing people up in really gory ways. Like, he doesn't seem to have lost his essence upon joining Disney. But it still feels really weird because it's another multiverse movie.
Oh.
Which, makes me want to stab myself in the leg. And the catalyst is the TVA, which is the time agency from the Loki series that nobody saw.
Oh my gosh.
Are hiring Deadpool to essentially save the multiverse.
Bro.
And he in the trailer he calls himself Marvel Jesus, which was kind of funny, I'll admit. But just seeing him like in the TVA and everything just really kind of took me out of it, because every time I think about those bloody Disney Plus shows, I cringe inside. And it hurts.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of a negative for me. And I thought just in the I understand it's only a minute long trailer, so it's going to feel like kind of a lot because they have to shove a lot of things in there. But I thought it was a lot. It felt like a lot of fourth wall breaking. It felt like they were really taking liberty with that, which is just obnoxious to me.
Yeah.
If it doesn't have a purpose, I'm not really a fan. Like She-Hulk completely wasted the concept, and it kind of felt like that. I was like, because like there's a shot of Deadpool and he's fighting, and it's actually a really cool shot of him like inserting a clip into his gun while it's like moving in midair. Like the clip is like freestanding and he kind of like shoves the gun into it, and it's pretty cool looking. You know, credit where credit's due. But he's like, they're like for some reason fighting in front of a giant 20th Century Fox logo, and I feel like that's too much.
In the world.
That's too many in-jokes of Disney buying Fox. It just, I don't know how many people can relate to that or even know that shit, you know? Like,
Yeah.
like who's gonna get this? And the people who do, it just feels stupid and contrived. And I don't know how I feel about Wolverine coming back. Because, you know, they gave Hugh Jackman a good ending for the character. And I feel like if this movie is bad, it's gonna ruin that. Like, I don't know if he should have ever come back like that. I mean, I'm absolutely stoked that he's finally in his comic accurate costume. He looks fantastic. I'm all for that. For any and all characters, no matter how stupid their designs is. I love it comic accurate. That's the way that I want it. Every time. Every time. But still, they could have just used this as a way to introduce a new Wolverine, new X-Men, start their new universe. And maybe they still will. Maybe one of the Wolverine variants in the multiverse is the new guy. But I don't know.
I think
It's not how I would want to be introduced.
the
Being second
The
banana
fourth
to another
wall-
Wolverine.
fourth wall breaking is good in very specific instances. And you should use it only very sparingly.
Yes,
If
very
it's
sparing.
like, if you want it to be kind of like lighthearted and, you know, comedy-ish. And then I think bring back the Wolverine as like a cameo or like a side character, and it's not like canon is fine, especially if they're doing a lot of or like comic book service or whatever you want to call it, fan service.
Well, that's
Um,
well, I mean, that's the worst thing about multiverse. Is not the fan service, but just that it is all soft canon. And nothing is concrete, and anyone who is dead can be alive. It just takes away any level of stakes in your universe. That's why I
Yeah.
dislike it. It's just a lazy tool to do lazy things. And it
right.
makes a story. I mean, there are a few people who have done it well, but mostly it makes a story less than it is. And I don't see why they can't just have a new Wolverine who is, you know, properly fan service. You know, like why should fan service be such a novel thing? Why should it be a tool? Fan service is the bare frigging minimum. Like, that's the whole point when you're making an adaptation of something, is you have more faith in it because it's got a built-in fan base. And if you don't appease that fan base, you're not going to make that assured money. So you just have your X-Men in the costumes, looking like they're supposed to, acting like they're supposed to, doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's the bare minimum. It's not something that we tickle your balls with during a multiverse scene. No, it's what you should be doing all of the time. Right?
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, but like some fans are like insane. So like they don't know what they want sometimes.
That's true. But
So I
it's
wouldn't go overboard with it, but yeah, they're definitely not
well,
at all.
I'm not saying appease the fans by like just doing whatever they say. I mean appease the fans by just making an accurate adaptation.
Yeah.
That's all I want. I don't want you to fulfill my ultra specific X-Men fantasies and my weird story ideas. I want you to just make what I've read. I want you to
Go back to the
I want you to realize that. I want you to go out and film exactly that with no bullcrap. It's not that hard. It's just Hollywood really grinds my gears, and I want to punch all of them in their stupid faces because just franchise after franchise, it's just easy win. Easy wins. Easy win after easy win right before them, and they never get it. Ever. They never... It's full of easy wins. Oh, this comic's already written? Well, we'll just do that and embellish it a little. Boom. Easy win. You could write up a screenplay in a week because you've got the rights to that comic. Easy. Oh, there's a Broadway show that's already got its pacing down tight and has been, gone through a million changes and been previewed through audience after audience is already the best it can be. Oh, let's change it. Let's butcher the hell out of it. Take out songs. Twist the story. Easy win, and they blow it every time. It's so many things. Like whole books. We'll adapt a book. It'll be easy. There's more content in a book than we could possibly need in a film. Easy win, but we're going to blow it. Because
you're gonna screw it all up.
I'll just do whatever I want. Like, you selfish pricks are screwing yourselves out of an easy career and easy money. I just... Gosh, it makes me want to punch somebody so bad. It's so easy. Making movies is easy when you could just steal from other people. Or buy other people's work. Like, oh my gosh. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm losing my mind talking about this.
They are very incompetent.
I never wanted this. I never wanted to be complaining about things on YouTube, but they have forced my hand.
Is what happens.
I was a content little fanboy. I would just go to the cinema, enjoy myself, but they just can't handle themselves. Bunch of freaking children. So here's a good adaptation. The remasters for Tomb Raiders 1 to 3 have been released. And they are magnificent. They are a pretty fair price. I think it's $30 on release. It was actually released. It was either this morning or last night. I don't remember which. And so it's $30 on release. If you're on Steam, it's already on sale, so you could get it for like $20. Which is super fair, because you could get them for like $1 each on Steam, the originals. So you're never going to be able to charge too much. But I could see a lot of companies trying to do that. So it's super fair to them for, them to keep the price down. I like that. And they look great. And, just... It really is what a remaster should be in the case that they're keeping all of the dialogue, keeping all like the levels the same, but just, you know, giving him that reskin, giving him that update, you know, slapping some modern controls on it, which is especially good because I have played through the PC versions of the first 5. There's 6 of the originals, and then there's the Underworld trilogy, and then there's
Dang.
the reboot trilogy. And I've played all but the 6th game in the originals because I haven't gotten around to it because you have to like mod the hell out of it just to get it to work. And so the PC ports are just super janky. I made it through, but they are super janky. So this is like really nice because one of the biggest problems is just the controls do not translate to keyboard, and there's no controller support for the PC ports.
Oh, dang.
So you're just absolutely suffering doing tank controls on a keyboard, which is hell. If you ever play a game like Silent Hill or one of the original Resident Evils on a PC, oh, please, for the love of all that is good and holy, play it with a controller. Like, when I played the Resident Evil 1 on Steam, I was like, this sucks and I hate it. And then I plugged it in a controller, and I was like, this game is one of the best I've ever played.
Yep.
night
Very important.
night and day difference. So these remakes are so good to have. I can't wait to play them for myself because it keeps everything that I liked about the games, throws away everything that I hated, or rather fixes everything that I hated. And the best thing about it is that you can toggle the original at will. Because the levels are so exact, and it activates in like a split second. Like you literally have a key
Interesting.
on your keyboard that just toggles the original graphics. Which is brilliant. So it's like a 2-in-1 because you not only get basically a repair or basically a new PC port of the original 3, but then you also get a beautiful reskin and unjankified controls if you so choose.
Sounds like a really good deal. Dang.
Yeah, I know. It's brilliant. Like I said, it's exactly what a remake should be.
Who's the developers of this?
So
They did like really good.
It's funny you ask because that was something I'm going to bring up. It was made by Asper. And
Say Asperg?
or Aspire, I think is how it's pronounced. Aspyr, Aspire.
Oh.
And I will elaborate that, but first I want to mention this. Crystal Dynamics, who currently hold the video game rights to Tomb Raider, obviously are very salty about this. They don't really like this for whatever reason. It's, casts a bad look on whatever game, shitty game they're developing and all that. And so they don't like this. So they decided to put a disclaimer at the beginning of the remakes. And it is horrible. Listen to this. It says, the games in this collection contain offensive depictions of people and cultures rooted in racial and ethnic prejudices. These stereotypes are deeply harmful, inexcusable, and do not align with our values at Crystal's Dynamics. Which is unfair because they didn't even make the game. Like, you distributed it. You didn't even make the game. Why you just have to claim? It's like if you were standing behind a counter selling DVDs and someone bought a movie and you're like, I'm not responsible for that
This
movie
is a
they
horrible
made.
movie DVD.
Please buy it, but I'm not responsible
buy
for
it.
the content inside it because, obviously you didn't make the movie, you're just selling it. It's absolutely just damn stupid. Like, what, you don't like money? You stupid idiots. And what an insult to the people who made the game. Seriously. This game was made in the 90s. How offensive do you think it is? Like, these people are still alive and working in the video game industry. And you said that they have racial and ethnic prejudices? Like, wow, screw you too, buddy. Like, really? And it's totally incorrect as well. Of course it is. It's totally incorrect. The first two games do not have anything of the kind. I mean, she mostly shoots animals. That's like 80% of your... And I actually looked at the achievements for the remake. They actually have some really funny achievements. Like, there's one where you get it when a snake kills you, and the achievement says, "Get a close look at snakes."
Nice.
It's good. It's good stuff, and it's full of stuff like that. Just fun stuff to try and screw around and do a little extra, which I always appreciate. But it's the third one that they have problems with. There are some Polynesian tribesmen that you have to kill. And they're not stereotypes at all. I mean, they don't have any speaking lines. They're just... I mean, they're low polygon enemies. Because you're in a jungle. I mean, these people were cannibals.
This is true.
Are you going to possibly hurt your game sales just because you want to stick up for the cannibals? You foolish people.
The savages.
Like, no one was going to complain. Absolutely no one. I thought so little of it, I couldn't remember what they were talking about. I was trying to think through the games. I couldn't think of what they could possibly be talking about until someone on Twitter pointed out, "Oh, it's maybe this." And I was like, "Oh. What? The cannibals? You got to be kidding me."
Cannibals.
And it turns out a good chunk of this game was made by fans. Aspire hired a bunch of fans to help because, as fans do, they have all kinds of mods for the original Tomb Raiders. There are lots of old games that just have tons of texture mods and stuff like that just because people love it. And so there was these people who had basically already made a remaster of the game and were still actively updating it and working on it. And so they hired them, which is so epic and brilliant.
That's like exactly what we've been saying.
And it's perfect. It's another one of those easy win, no-brainers. You hire someone who has absolute love for it and knows exactly what a gamer wants out of a remake. And now you have a brilliant remake. Because, yeah, that's how it works. Of course that's how it works. Duh. You don't get some friggin' diversity hire who has never heard of any of this. No, you get someone who's passionate for it. Passionate for making games, passionate for this property, and you get something great. Obviously. Easy win. I mean, it's going to sell like crazy. It really will. I mean, it has been so far. And
Yeah.
Crystal Dynamics just had to spit on them. Like, I don't care if you're... Like, what a way to convince me not to buy any games from you. Other than this one, obviously. Like
Yeah.
if I see a game's made by Crystal Dynamics, I'm just be like, no, dog, no. They're a bunch of dicks.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that.
Lamos.
Bunch of stupid, lame, unfunny people who don't like fun. Who don't like nice things. Who stick up for cannibals, for fictional 6-polygon cannibals. Seriously. And it's
insane.
just like, man, I don't even know if their main game Tomb Raider games are gonna be good or not, but I don't even care. Like, I don't want what you have. Because no self-respecting Tomb Raider fan would have ever put this on the game.
Nope.
Like, I hope there's a mod just to get rid of that. Because I don't want to see it every time I open the game.
I don't see this stupid.
Because
warning screen.
it'll just make me angry. And so it's like, I can't trust you to make a good Tomb Raider game since you don't clearly care at all. You just care about looking moral. You don't want to be the racist. I swear every article is a rant tonight. I'm lit, man.
Super lit.
Okay, so we got two more little things here. Let me check our time. Hold on. Where are we looking at? Oh, holy moly. Okay, we're running late. So good thing I didn't have a lot to say about these last two. So polls show Trump is crushing Nikki Haley in her home state of South Carolina.
Yeah.
He's got a 35-point advantage. He's got it in the bag.
baby.
Pretty hilarious. Pretty hilarious. Not much to say about that. Just thought, nice to have a little bit of a positive indicator there. The primary for South Carolina is in 10 days. So, if you are from South Carolina and you're listening to this, not this Saturday, but next Saturday. Next Saturday, please remember to vote. And vote for whoever you want as long as it isn't Nikki Haley. Please.
Hi, Nikki Haley.
Anyone but her, honestly. I don't even care if you put none of these candidates. Just please don't vote for Nikki Haley.
Yeah. She's like,
Pretty much all I want. Vote for Tim Scott or something. I don't care.
she's an imposter among us.
Yep. She's an imposter. So we'll see the results. Not next stream, but the stream after. I'm sure we will talk about it. 2 streams from now. We will see what South Carolina turns up. I'm excited to see who the East Coast votes for. I'm kind of annoyed that this is still going on and that Nikki Haley is being belligerent and refusing to drop out. I think it's stupid and pointless. And it's just spiteful because she knows she's not going to win. She's just wasting people's time to waste people's time and be a drag on Trump.
Yeah.
It's so
It's to further her career, apparently. But
yeah, it's so annoying. She's making herself look bad, not better. But nonetheless, I am excited that I will get to vote in the primary. So there's still that. It's nice to be involved in a little bit of positive history for once.
yeah.
Because we live in history all the time, and it's just the worst. It's always because we're part of some cataclysmic event. I'm sick of that. I wanna vote. I wanna do my civic duty. I like doing it.
Do you,
So last thing, I wanted to recommend an article from Freya, India. It's at the very bottom, very last link. I was going to read through it on stream if we had the time. Obviously, we do not. We've been going on for way too long because it is such a very good article. Freya is unfathomably based. Her website is full of good articles. I'd marry her if she wasn't English. I'm just kidding. No, Freya's brilliant. She's our age. She's a youngin', so it's great that she's like out there, very, giving very normal, reasoned arguments. She's not like radical in any way. She's not loud and annoying. Because there's some speakers that I do like, who are still like a little bit annoying, like Alex Jones. I like him, but he doesn't tend to endear himself to people. So I like that Freya is very, very calm, very reasonable in countenance. I would recommend putting her name into YouTube because she is just very reasonable. She's just, fun to watch in interviews. Trigonometry has a great interview with her where they talk about how social media is bad for women as a whole, and how it will basically ruin women as a sex, destroy them
This
from
is true.
within. So she's great. And she's got this article down below that I saw today called "Stop Opening Up About Your Mental Health Online." And she makes a really good case for it. How can I sum this up? Basically, and I'm going to spoil it a little. I really recommend that you read it and you see her arguments. But basically, the big point in the argument, or the big point in the article, or at least what stuck out to me, which I thought was a really interesting point, but she mentioned that people will be encouraged to open up about their mental health online in their particular issue, and it becomes an identity, because once it's on there and once it's logged on media, you are basically pressured into keeping that. Like that's you. That's you.
Yeah.
And so the whole point about opening up about mental health is having change and getting over it and having it not be a part of your life anymore and being better. But you will never get that on social media because you are always talking about this perpetual anguish. It was always talked about as something that will always be a part of you. I mean, often with trauma, it is always a part of you to some extent. I mean, that's an experience you've had. But you're trying to work to a point where it's not controlling your life and having big, it's not weighing down your personality or your healthiness. It's not having a hold on you. And you could just never have that if that is now your online identity. And if you look especially on places like TikTok and Instagram, people own it as such. I mean, I saw this firsthand when I used to have TikTok. Is there are just whole accounts dedicated to I'm blank. Like I'm a person with bipolar disorder. Watch my day. I'm missing a hand. Watch me do things. I have Tourette's. That was a big one. You know, let me get famous off of just having Tourette's, which is stupid. It's always something, and it's sort of created this culture of oh, I'm cute and interesting if I've got mental health issues. And so being depressed in a particular and niche way would become the entire point of someone's TikTok. It would be a part of their username. It would be a part of a whole persona. It would be the whole thing. And so social media is just not a culture of improvement. It's a culture of putting yourself in a box and then locking it away. And so it will just, as long as you stay on it, it's just gonna drain on you for the rest of your life. So
Yeah.
I mean, this should be common sense. This should be things we're saying to young people all the time, but I'll just say it. You need to go to people who love you for help. The people who know you, who know the nuances of the situation and can actually help you. Go to a private practice therapist, someone who actually wants to help you and will help you. You know, like seek out things that are options. Don't, like, there are all these TikToks. This is something I actually disagree with on Freya in the article. She mentions how there are all these doctors on TikToks pushing pharmaceuticals for people's mental health issues. And she's like, oh, this one doctor got very famous off of it. What he's doing is wrong, but I think he means well. I completely disagree with that. He's selling something.
Yeah.
Whether he mentally acknowledges that or not, he and his conscience both know that what he's doing is wrong. He's selling something that he knows doesn't work and is actually going to make you worse in the long run. And so that's a huge thing on TikTok, is tons of accounts that are just pushing pharmaceuticals and encouraging you to stay in a state of bad mental health. And then that has a trickle-down effect on all these mental health accounts that will just repeat that over and over and over again. So you think you're getting like an insider tip from like a genuine person who's going through the same thing as you, but actually you go up the chain and it's some guy who's selling pills, who's pushing drugs on kids, essentially. Say no to
drug
drugs,
dealer.
kids.
A legal drug dealer.
Right, exactly. And so basically, if you open up about your mental health online, it's just about the worst thing you could do. Because all you will see is affirmations. And then you will become that thing instead of getting rid of it. You will be worse. And if you're unconvinced, read the article, because it's great. It's very thorough. It's a little bit long, I'll admit. But it's very thorough and a lot more convincing than me, because she goes over a lot of different aspects. But that was basically the gist of it. And I have a lot of problems with social media, and I have thought about that point in particular, but I hadn't thought about it in that particular way. So I'm slowly developing new opinions about it, which is always nice. I mean, that's what journalism should do. That's what real journalism does, is not push something on you and attempt to subvert and obfuscate. No, they should just present you with an idea and you can take it or leave it. And whether you agree or not, you still you still get to walk away with something that kind of allows you to think about the situation, and it's very nice. So Freya India, get that link down there.
Beast woman.
Yeah, based woman. Yeah, and that's all. That's all the time we have for today, kids. So if you made it this far, you can comment. Rip Pop Tart Papa, or just simply put an F in the chat for Pop Tart Papa.
Papa Pop Tart in the house.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the
And
house.
remember, kids, God made you special, and He loves you very much.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. Oh,